I am calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, October 1st, 2025. Happy October. The time is 9:57 a.m. We are in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building. The subject of this morning's hearing is consideration of two bills, both related to the same subject, which has to do with funding for individual schools. The first is Bill 26-72, entitled Holding School Budgets Harmless During Modernizations Amendment Act of 2025. This bill was introduced on January 24th of this year by Councilmember Charles Allen. The bill aims to hold school budgets harmless while schools use swing space facilities during modernization. DCPS modernizes facilities according to the Planning Actively for Comprehensive Education Facilities Amendment Act, which is also called the PACE Act, which prioritizes modernization based on facility conditions, demand, community need, and equity. When a facility is modernized, students and staff relocate to a swing space facility to continue regular operations. Schools sometimes see enrollment decreases during this period, which in turn causes budget decreases. Although enrollment typically rebounds once the original facility reopens, some staff may not have been retained. Bill 26-72 aims to stabilize the school's budget throughout the modernization process. The second bill for consideration today is Bill 26-327, entitled the Schools First Amendment Act of 2025, which I introduced on July 11th of this year, and the bill aims to amend the method for calculating individual DCPS schools' budgets by incorporating increases to the average position cost, incorporating that into the formula. The Schools First in Budgeting Amendment Act of 2022 outlines steps for determining individual school budgets, including increases for enrollment growth, the UPS-FF, which is the Uniform Per Student Funding Formula, and collective bargaining salary adjustments. The average position cost combines average salary, benefits, and administrative add-ons such as employee fingerprinting, classroom supplies, and teacher performance bonuses. However, increases to the average position cost can exceed the funding increases provided to schools, which in turn reduces buying power. For example, in fiscal year 2025, the average position cost, APA, increased 16.1%, while the UPSFF increased only 12.4%. Bill 26-327 aims to ensure that increases to the average position cost are incorporated into school budgets. It's a quick summary of both bills. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, October 15th. So anyone who wishes to submit supplemental comments or hasn't submitted comments and wishes to, people who've signed up or who have not, you have 2 weeks to do so. We have a number of witnesses. We have approximately 26. That's actually not approximate. That's the number of witnesses. And so I'm going to call them up in some group. But first, I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Charles Allen, if you have an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you holding today's hearing. I mean, at the end of the day here, we are all here to just talk about how do we budget and invest in our public education system. It should seem like it's a no-brainer and something that should not elicit much controversy. But how we budget for our schools and ultimately how we invest in our students and our teachers, it's directly related to things like student achievement, teacher retention, our enrollment figures. The council, in partnership with the mayor, has prioritized investments in our public education system in an effort to not only improve that system and attract new students, new families, teachers, and educators to the district, but to make it a national model. And I do believe those investments are paying off. Our public education system is undoubtedly on an upward trajectory, with the district being the fastest growing urban public education system in the country. Our students are seeing important progress in statewide proficiency assessments, and our graduation rates are improving. Yet still, we have a lot of work in front of us. But the district's government's commitment to ensuring school communities have the funding they need would make that work a lot easier. One facet of that school experience that at least 24 DCPS schools have experienced in the past 15 years is the modernization and a move to a swing space. Making sure that students and teachers have a modern, state-of-the-art facility that is capable of handling increased enrollment is not controversial, and I hope that's something we can all agree on. However, in the context of individual school budgets, modernizations, and the move to a swing space in that intervening time can be incredibly destabilizing to a school community, as the relocation to a swing space may incentivize parents to place their children at a different school, not undergoing a modernization. They might be turned off by significant travel times or subpar facilities that swing space is going to provide. It can also have an impact on our school staff to find a new job for some of the same reasons. When looking at the data, recent DCPS enrollment figures indicate that the most recent modernizations saw short-term enrollment declines in the first year of that swing space location, some as deep as 18%. While almost all modernized schools experience an increase in enrollment post-modernization relative to pre-modernization figures, the temporary downturn in enrollment during its swing space transition can reduce a school's available operating budget and then set that school community back during a time when it should be preparing and getting the resources to support the need to move back into the new building. Again, our teachers and educators aren't widgets. And so when a school budget goes down, and they cannot afford to hold on to all the staff that has built the relationship with the students, built the relationship with the community, built the relationship with the parents, that is destabilizing. And just telling me that the enrollment will go back up once you're back in the new space, and then you'll have the funding back, I may gain that position back, but I have lost the individual and the relationships that have been cultivated through that. And that's what I believe this legislation can help preserve and prevent from happening. At the end of this, if we all agree that modernizations are important and that a modernization can potentially lead to destabilizing the school's budget in the intervening years, how about let's just prevent that in the first place? That's why I introduced Bill 26-72, Holding School Budgets Harmless During Modernizations Amendment Act of 2025. Pretty straightforward title to a bill. It prohibits the school's budget from being reduced if a school is or will be utilizing a swing space due to modernization or other capital projects. At the end of the day, I really do believe we all share a common goal, and that's to ensure the stability of a school's budget and that school community. We may disagree on the approach a little bit, and that's what the hearing hopefully will flesh out, where we can find areas of consensus and also debate where there are areas of disagreement. So I'm looking forward to hearing from both our public and government witnesses today and finding a path forward to help protect our schools that are going through a modernization so those school communities continue to thrive, those relationships and educators maintain a part of that school community for what is on the other side of a modernization, which is a state-of-the-art, world-class facility that we're excited about and is drawing in more and more new families into that space. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. So let me start calling folks. And usually the way I do this, since some people will be testifying virtually, is I'm either going to call enough people that I stop, or I'm going to stop when there are 4 people sitting at the table. Malika Golden, who's principal Lorraine Whitlock Elementary School. Jordan Cotton. Sarah Buckley. Rachel Johnston, who's Chief of Staff at the DC Charter School Alliance. Kiana Lamans. Kati. Scott Goldstein, who's Executive Director of Empower Ed. Laura Fuchs, who's President of the Washington Teachers Union. Paul Strelzik. All right, I can do better than that. Strelzik. Maybe he'll come back. He was online. Caroline Pryor, who's Director of Policy and Power Building at Empower Ed. Salim Adolfo. All right, I'm going to stop right there. Malika Golden.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Malika Golden, and I am the proud principal of Whitlock Elementary School, a DCPS school that I've had the honor of leading for the past 11 years. Whitlock is a small but mighty school, deeply rooted in the community. We are a family-based school in every sense of the word. We serve generations of families, including great-grandparents, grandparents, parents, and now their children. That legacy speaks volumes about the love and trust our community has in Whitlock. At Whitlock, everyone knows everyone. We know our students, their siblings, their cousins, and their stories. That closeness has created a nurturing environment where children feel seen, valued, and cared for. This closeness drives a real sense of belonging for students, ensuring connection to school. Our returning staff and families are a testament to the strong bond that we have built. Academically, we are proud of our growth. In the 24-25 school year alone, we saw a 5-point increase in math proficiency on DC CAPE. The year before, we gained over 8 percentage points in ELA. In 2015, our proficiency rates were in the low single digits, 2 to 4%. Today, we are at 23% in ELA and 16% in math. This is real sustained progress. When it came time for our modernization, we transitioned into a swing space at Kenilworth. While change is never easy, our experience was overwhelmingly positive. The move was smooth, and the building was quickly improved to better meet our needs, including the installation of an elevator in the first year. The large classrooms and thoughtful layout made for an easy transition. We also benefited from a strong partnership with DPR, which allowed us to offer more after-school programming activities on site and access to the park and the pool. Community organizations also stepped up to support us with donations and volunteering their time. Our attendance remained strong, and while enrollment dipped slightly, many families returned, and we even welcomed new out-of-boundary students, a clear sign that families want to be part of the Whitlock community. Throughout the transition, our budget has remained stable, and we were able to maintain the high-quality programming our families expect. I am pleased to share that we are back in our modernized building, continuing the traditions and excellent work at Whitlock. Our experience in the swing space only strengthened that bond. I am grateful to DCPS and this council for your continued investment in schools like ours. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to our students.
Thank you, Principal Golden. Jordan Cotton, I believe, is not here. Sarah Buckley?
Hi, good morning. Good morning, my name is Sarah Buckley. I'm a parent of 2 students at Amadon Bowen Elementary in Southwest. I'm also a member of our Parent-Teacher Association. I'm here to testify in favor of the Holding School Budgets Harmless During Modernization's Amendment Act of 2025. Amadon Bowen is slated for full modernization renovations that will require our school to be relocated to a swing space for 2 school years. DCPS initially intended to send our students from Southwest to Meyer Elementary School in Columbia Heights, more than 3.5 miles away across downtown. In response to our community's outcry, DCPS has now delayed our modernization by 4 years to consider alternative swing space options. We continue to advocate for a swing space solution that keeps our strong neighborhood community close to home to avoid the profound damage that the kind of swing DCPS has previously proposed would do to our school. Our parent survey had indicated that 75% of families would try to find a different school if forced to swing outside of biking range, and the vast majority of our teachers report concerns with changed commutes, the effect on students who depend on siblings and local caregivers, and other issues that would go with a long-distance swing out of our neighborhood. Keeping swing spaces close to affected communities is necessary to minimize disruption and keep our neighborhood schools strong. Holding budgets harmless during modernization is another important measure. Modernizations and swings are inherently disruptive for school communities. DCPS data shows that school enrollment drops during swings, eventually rebounding once a school reestablishes itself in its new building. But it takes work to rebuild the community, and that work is made even harder if the inevitable enrollment dip causes the school's budget to shrink, forcing schools to cut teachers and staff, the very stabilizing forces needed to hold a school together during modernization and to rebuild once the swing is over. The Holding School Budgets Harmless Act is one way to soften the blow of disruptive swings and put schools undergoing modernization on a stronger foundation to bounce back. The Amadon-Bowen community strongly supports this bill, and we urge the council to support this too, as well as reasonable swing space solutions that keep our community schools strong, not just after modernization, but during it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buckley. Rachel Johnson.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Rachel Johnston. I'm a Ward 4 resident and the Chief of Staff at the DC Charter School Alliance. Thank you for your investments in education in FY26, including the 2.74 UPSFF increase, the 3.1% charter facilities allotment increase, and pay increases for charter educators. Competitive pay is essential for retaining and recruiting high-quality educators, the most important factor in student achievement. As we look to FY27, it's important to recognize past investments are paying off. Since school year 21-22, charter schools have seen a 13 percentage point drop in chronic absenteeism and an average 6.5 percentage point increase in ELA and math. We've also seen a 13 percentage point increase in teacher retention since the city's 2023 investment in educator pay. We cannot afford to reduce funding now, especially as our schools are stepping in to provide wraparound services like transportation and food to families affected by the recent federal actions in DC. So I'm here today to focus less on the two bills and more on the broader issue, aligning education funding with the actual cost of operating quality public and public charter schools in the district. All schools require safe, modern facilities, and all educators deserve competitive pay. Charter schools don't have access to the same modernization funding and swing space options, let alone enrollment protections during renovations. Additionally, charter schools received a one-time $30.8 million grant for educator pay this year, compared to DCPS's $240 million over the 4-year financial plan, despite serving a similar number of students. The uncertainty about future funding makes it impossible to plan for year-over-year salary increases. Right now, the FY27 budget includes a 3.8% cut to the UPSFF, a flat-funded charter facilities allotment, and no funding to cover pay increases for charter educators. This does not reflect the reality of rising costs. For example, PEPCO bills have increased by double digits since June. School construction costs have risen an average of 5.33% annually since 2016. The annual facilities allotment increase is crucial to cover even just a portion of rising costs. Meanwhile, DCPS will receive $49 million annually via DGS for facilities operations, including utilities, nearly 8 times the cost of maintaining the 3.1% charter facilities allotment increase. In a recent meeting with charter finance leaders, we discussed scenario planning. If the charter facilities allotment were flat funded, one school shared they could not afford the new playground they had planned. Another would have to divert programmatic funds just to cover rent. Without adequate funding, schools face impossible trade-offs. Do I pay my school's electric bill or give my teachers pay increases so they can afford their bills? Educator retention will drop if schools cannot afford to pay raises aligned with their peers. Losing a trusted teacher could result in student disengagement. As the administration and council face hard choices ahead, it is important there is a firm commitment to truly equitable funding. In FY26, charter schools received about $10,000 less per student than DCPS. To get closer to equity, we recommend routing all education funding through the UPSFF and restoring the 3.1% facilities allotment increase instead of delaying until FY29. Approving the bills today without addressing this will deepen inequity. Lastly, we ask all schools to be funded according to the true cost of operating a high-quality school in today's environment. This means increasing the UPSFF to reflect rising costs. We appreciate our partnership with the city as we work in support of all students and families. Thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Kiana Lemons, I think, is not here. Kati Pezance.
Hi, it's Katie.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay. So good morning. My name is Katie Bazance. I come to you before you as a veteran first grade teacher, a WTU building representative, a longtime LSAT member, and a DCPS parent. I am a member of the Brent Elementary community and currently navigating a building modernization both professionally and personally. In all of these roles, I've seen firsthand how vulnerable and yet how vital our school communities are. Teachers, staff, families, and students work for years to create a culture of trust, care, and learning. But when enrollment dips, even temporarily, everything we've built is at risk. A decreased budget for any school means fewer teachers, fewer support staff, and fewer programs. Once those supports are gone, they cannot simply be rebuilt the following year, even if budgets return to previous levels. That's why this legislation matters so deeply. It says to our communities, we will not dismantle what you've worked so hard to create just because of short-term fluctuations. This legislation is also not just about support, it's about strategy. At a time when it is notoriously difficult to recruit and retain teachers, especially in high-demand subject areas, this measure gives DCPS the ability to hold on to talented educators. We cannot afford to lose them to neighboring districts simply because of temporary budget pressures. It allows us to preserve the teachers and staff our students love at a time when retaining great educators is harder than ever. A strong education system starts in the classroom, not at central office. Holding schools harmless from enrollment-related budget cuts keeps resources where they belong. As a teacher, I know how much it means to a student to walk into a classroom and see the same trusted adults waiting for them. As a parent, I know how much it means to send my child to a school that feels whole even during transition. I urge you to advance this amendment to a full vote. I appreciate your time today and your commitment to protect our schools, our teachers, and most of all, our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bezants. Scott Goldstein.
Good morning. Over the years, this committee has repeatedly held that there are a few key levers to improving education outcomes in the city, and that among them are reducing teacher turnover, stabilizing school budgets, investing in literacy, and improving school attendance. All of these priorities are at risk when schools undergo renovations and temporarily relocate. For every family, proximity to home is a driving force in school decisions. But it's more than how quickly we can drop off or pick up our kids. It's the sense of community that comes from going to a neighborhood school. I can testify this to as a parent who transitioned from a charter school in pre-K to a neighborhood public school for elementary school. It was night and day when it comes to the community created. The ability to see classmates around the neighborhood, to get to know your neighbors because you're connected through the school, to feel safer on the way to school instead of traveling miles across the city, as so many students do. All those things are even more critical right now amidst federal threats against DC. Every single child deserves the chance to go to an excellent school in their own neighborhood and enjoy the safety, pride, and sense of community that creates. But when schools undergo modernizations and are moved to swing sites, many families face a difficult choice. They have to consider the strain to their own daily routine of a longer commute and disruption of their daily lives. Doing this for a year or two isn't an easy task. So each time, many families opt out of sticking with school through a transition. I wish it weren't so, but in our system, we practically beg families to reconsider their school options each year. With school choice festivals and systems that promote individual ranking of schools, we have a culture of annual reconsideration rather than rooting. This dynamic hurts all of our schools, DCPS and public charter alike. Today, you have a bill before you that can help address this. Changing buildings isn't only about buildings or locations. It can mean a shift or loss in community partnerships, extracurricular activities, affect investment in athletic programs, and much more. We should absolutely make sure our commitment to schools that while our city does its job to provide them a state-of-the-art building, we also uphold our responsibility to not break a cycle of progress with that school and ensure funding stays at 100% of the year prior to relocation throughout the swing space period. This bill is just common sense, and in a system that has been set up to promote instability, the least we can do to disrupt that. On the Schools First and Budgeting Act, the change made in today's proposal is common sense. Keep budgets stable means keeping positions stable, so teacher costs should be considered. However, we still believe there are additional steps and changes you should be making to strengthen this law as you consider a markup. First, we must protect programs, not just people. You should amend Schools First by adding language to specify that schools which lose more than 25 students in enrollment, one average class size, may be reduced by one full-time employee if and only if that reduction does not eliminate a program. Example, they cannot lose their only world language teacher, their only theater teacher, unless funding is provided to stand up similar programs in its place. Second, we ask you to re-implement core elements of the comprehensive staffing model. Taking this piecemeal approach, like legislating specifically only to librarians or social workers, is just not good legislative practice. Instead, we should add a section to Schools First specifying lower ratios for MLL and ELL instruction and budget formulation, requirements for art program staffing that extend into middle and high school, and ensure all staff have critical positions based on clear metrics: permanent substitutes, attendance counselors, restorative justice coordinators, nurses, and community schools coordinators. These proposals would strike a balance between the old CSM and school discretion while ensuring equity through protections for schools, while having this critical role would mean a trade-off principals have a disincentive to make. This markup is a chance to take good legislation, schools first in budgeting, and make it sustainable and holistic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Laura Fuchs?
Hello, thank you. Charter schools could always unionize. The addition of holding school budgets harmless during modernizations is long overdue. As we have seen with the history of school closures and subsequent buy-up of long-term leasing of public school buildings and property at criminally low rates to pay for charter schools organizations, DCPS has few options for where to locate schools as they modernize. When you combine this fact with DCPS central office's refusal to offer even basic supports to schools to ensure that programming and outside partnerships are not negatively impacted, we end up in a situation where schools are often facing dramatic changes in population that then impact their projected enrollments and budgets for years to come. The investments in modernizing our schools was long fought and hard fought long ago. The entire purpose of doing this work is to build up and strengthen our public schools. But primarily due to mayoral control of our schools, this work is often done top-down without considering the current community's needs to ensure that they then get to be a part of the modernized school in the future. Moving to a temporary space is already a dramatic change, one that families are not always interested in, so they find a different school for the time being. If we then combine that with a significant loss of funding like we saw with Tubman Elementary this past school year and so many more schools in the past, especially east of the river, it further destabilizes the school community, doing the exact opposite of what we intend in the long run. Holding a school harmless during this transition is the least we can do to ensure that the school staffing remains intact as it moves to the new building. If anything, though, schools should likely see strategic investments being made to ensure that the temporary transition to a school and programming is being taken care of. We know some of that happens centrally, but too often our staff are left out of the decision-making that could improve the implementation of these temporary moves. The amendment to Schools First and Budgeting Act is also necessary. For too long, DCPS Central Office has engaged in budget practices that generously can be described as shady. As has been pointed out by this office and is also in practice by those on the ground, DCPS appears to be double counting a lot of costs, which then makes it even harder to see where the money is going. For example, DCPS has placed international teacher visas into the average teacher cost, and yet they are coming to schools and demanding they further pay out of their budget for those fees. If the teacher cost is calculated to fund that, wouldn't the school then already be paying for it? Schools are also paying over $2,000 per W-2 member for substitutes, but when a school can't get substitutes and a W-2 member is assigned to cover, DCPS is then charging the school for that as well, and then trying to pressure principals to not pay our members the coverage we are owed from the contract. This becomes doubly true for the newly negotiated co-teacher coverage payment from our last contract, something DCPS has essentially refused to pay for once, or at all, once they agree to it. When we then see those same payments show up on a central office budget, as well, it calls everything into question regarding how things are actually being paid for and accounted for. Overall, though, these items, while helpful, do not get to the real root of the problem, the budget process under mayoral control. We need to make sure they actually follow the law and don't flout the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. Paul Strelzik. Caroline Pryor.
Good morning, council members and council staff. My name is Caroline Pryor, and I'm the Director of Policy and Power Building at Empower Ed. I've been blessed to work alongside teachers from every corner of the city, and in the past year with parents and family members too. In the past year as well, I've listened to teachers and parents who share their anxiety around school funding, federal instability, and the certain knowledge that even if we did not face the federal threats overhead, schools across DC would still face critical funding gaps. It is absolutely the case that this past year's citywide budget shortcomings, particularly in social services, will manifest in schools as needs to be met. It is absolutely the case as well that our schools are tightening their belts in anticipation of federal cuts just at a time when needs are growing. Some parent-teacher organizations can patch these holes. Others require community organizations to fundraise resiliency funds like the one organized by CARE DC when the city can or will not. Some of this is beyond the scope of today's hearing. But I also want to name that when budgets are slashed or when budgets move into austerity mode, the biggest concern teachers have is not about printing paper, although this remains a need for almost every teacher I speak to. No, what teachers and parents fear is the loss of staff members, of support personnel, of curriculum that bridges the gap for students, of entire programs upended because the school needed to be reduced by 1 FTE. I've spoken with teachers and families who are especially impacted because their campus is undergoing modernization. And rather than feel excitement, community members express horror to find fewer trusted faces staffing the school, increased needs due to lengthy, unsafe commutes, and vanished pedagogical resources. Teachers currently working in outdated buildings are overjoyed at the prospect of modernized schools, and overwhelmed at the prospect of the interim years of job, funding, and enrollment instability. We are thrilled that the council is considering steps to hold harmless the budgets of schools undergoing modernization. And we are also pleased to see council adjusting Schools First to more closely reflect actual position costs and updated bargaining contracts. These are significant steps, but we also know that even holding budgets harmless or factoring purchasing power will not guarantee appropriate stability to schools in the ways they need. Empowered continues to advocate for a revised implementation of the comprehensive staffing model, which would provide greater job security for teachers and could require more supportive ratios of MLL staff, restorative justice coordinators, student and staff wellness directors, attendance coordinators, nurses, and more. At this year's Fair Budget Coalition People's Budget Forum, teachers and students advocated for hygiene materials, curriculum funding, exciting programming, and wellness programs for students and staff alike. Schools First legislation does not currently incentivize those needs, but a revised CSM could provide an infrastructure for them. School budgets must meet so many needs to begin with, and they are so often inadequate. They can also be pathways to build incentive structures that support our students and staff as whole people. And critically, our policy choices can pad schools from the full brunt of enrollment shifts. Schools should not be punished when experiencing productive messiness. We're excited to see these two bills move forward, and we hope it signals energy to continue creative tweaks that bring us closer to holistic support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Let's try, we're going to try 5 minutes, but we'll see. I have two questions. Ms. Buckley, you may have touched on some of this in your statement, but I want you to just say more about the Amidon-Bowen experience. So you were going to swing, I think this year or next year, and the swing space was too far away. Now it's been put off. Just say more about all this.
Yes, we were slated to begin our modernization and I might be missing it, was either school year 2027 or 2028. The slated swing space for us was Meyer Elementary, as I mentioned, 3.5 miles across downtown, some of the worst commuting conditions at the worst commuting times. The community made very clear that that was not a swing space that would work for us. And for the moment, DCPS has agreed to delay our modernization by 4 years. So we no longer appear in the SIP because we're outside of that timeline, but we're told that we'll be modernized 4 years later. So I guess beginning in school year 32. We still haven't received word on what our swing space will be. We continue to believe that there is space available in Amidon or in Southwest to provide Amidon with a creative solution that would keep our very tight neighborhood school community together and allow us to continue to rely on our community and neighborhood supports. But we have not yet had discussions that move the ball on actually identifying a new swing space.
So you don't have a new swing space. Of course, it's 4 years out. How disadvantageous is it to the Amidon-Bowen community that the modernization has been put off?
I would say growing in magnitude. Our enrollment has been growing and growing beyond the projections of DCPS. I believe we were projected at something like 395 students this year, and we're already over 420. We had thought that, we could certainly house and tolerate a delay of 2 years, given those enrollment increases. At the rate it's going, and especially with a 4-year delay, we anticipate that we are going to need funding for some auxiliary trailers just to accommodate our growing student body in the meantime. And we're hoping that to the extent we have to wait 4 years for a full modernization, if we need trailers in the meantime, that we can develop some kind of solution that allows those trailers to be used for a swing space in the future, and just to add on to that and keep our school in the neighborhood when it is eventually renovated.
So a couple years delay could be okay. 4 years is concerning. The school's busting at the seams and don't know where you're gonna swing to.
That's correct.
Mr. Goldstein or Ms. Pryor? Well, each of you talked about the comprehensive staffing model. So what would that look like? Legislation on our part, or the chancellor just deciding to do this? And then if it's legislation, what are we legislating?
Can say something first, which I think is there are reasonable tweaks that you could make in the law to schools first that wouldn't be drastic, that would not fully re-implement a comprehensive staffing model, but set some bottom lines. I think one of the most urgent is readjusting the ratio for English language learners, multilingual learners, that I think should be in the law. And also the requirement that some of these positions be required, not just in elementary school, but middle and high school, especially as it comes to well-rounded education positions, that make sure we don't eliminate programs. And then that additional recommendation we had that you make sure that in schools first, it's not just that you can reduce a teacher, but that if you reduce a teacher, it cannot eliminate the entirety of a program. I think those are reasonable changes to the law. There's other things DCPS could do. See if Caroline has anything to add.
Yeah, thank you for the question as well. I agree with everything Scott has said, of course. I think also the fact that Scott mentioned in his testimony, we are legislating these piecemeal, and that is something that council is taking up. So although we would love to see the chancellor re-implement aspects of the comprehensive staffing model, until that happens, at this point, the ball is already in council's court, and council has already stepped up in that way to legislate certain position requirements. And we would love to see just a more coordinated approach. And hopefully would like to see DCPS and the council also coordinate more through Schools First legislation in general.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks everybody for your testimony. I'm going to probably just focus my questions briefly on Bill 2672, the hold harmless legislation, and probably I'm going to direct this to Ms. Buckley and Ms. Besance as part of school communities, kind of having a direct experience on this. Listen, as the author of the bill, I'm going to be the first to say, this legislation is not necessarily groundbreaking. It's not laying out a big, bold vision of how we're going to have to do modernizations and swing spaces. I'll be the first to acknowledge, it literally is trying to do the bare minimum. It's trying to say, let's hold harmless that school budget and that school community during a swing space, because we want to help control and protect the budget for our school community, and that is the families, the kids, the educators, all of it. I likely am going to hear from DCPS when they come and testify later, listen, we got you. When we do a modernization and when we're in a swing space, even though enrollment goes down a little bit, look at what we're doing right now. Actually, the school budgets have gone up a little bit. We used our school stabilization fund to kind of backfill and make sure they had funds. So what's the harm? What's the big deal here? So to Ms. Buckley and to Ms. Besance, and maybe I'll start with Ms. Besance if you're still online, since you're currently going through it, and then Ms. Buckley, if you can add on to it as a school that is going to be going through this soon. I view the hold harmless law as giving you the confidence and assurance that you know the budget's not going to go down, versus, hey, we probably can dip into this school stabilization fund and we'll try to backfill it over here. It's not very transparent, but just trust us, we'll make sure it gets done. What does it mean to you as a school community to be able to communicate to your parents that are going through a swing space? What does it mean to your educators who are going to be going through this, to be able to show in law the budget will not be going down? Even if we see a dip in enrollment for a short term, we will not see it go down. What does that change for your confidence of your school community, for your teachers, educators, and staff, for the parents, when you can show that rather than just a hope and a trust? Ms. Besance, if you're there, I'll turn to you first. But maybe Ms. Besance had to step away. All right,
Can I
Ms.
just
Buckley.
quickly interject? They don't hold all the schools harmless. They choose which communities to do it with, and Ward 6 might get prioritized, but Ward 7, even Ward 1, any Title I school does not.
Ms. Besance, okay, apparently Ms. Besance logged off for a second, but Ms. Buckley, let me turn to you as you, again, because the modernization's been postponed a couple of years here, we were headed right into it. But I know you were having these conversations as part of the school community. Could you share a little more from your perspective?
Absolutely. And as a Title I school, we absolutely have those concerns, and we absolutely have a sense of lack of transparency and some distrust of how DCPS is going to make these decisions and how the community can rely on DCPS. I think that anything that we can provide that shows stability and shows that what we're doing for schools are more than just a building. I mean, a new building is going to be great and hopefully will attract even more families to our growing school. But the school is what has been built over years between staff, between teachers, families, students, across siblings, across generations. And to make that promise will absolutely help in keeping people engaged in the school, even during a swing.
Right. Even if we had the most ideal location for a swing, it's still really disruptive. It's really inconvenient. It's a challenge, right? So if this legislation can take one thing off the plate that a school community is having to figure out and navigate and go through those challenges, I think it's worth it. Because it just helps us get to the other things that we've got to navigate. Ms. Fuchs, you wanted to jump in, so I want to make sure if you had have a little time left. So if there's something you want to add there, I think what I think we'll hear is that the majority, not all, the majority of schools saw their school budgets, even with enrollment going down during this, actually had a bigger budget, but that wasn't universal. And if you just wanted to add with my last 30 seconds, anything related?
Yeah, I mean, that's just, like you said, we just don't want DCPS to be able to pick and choose or be politically motivated or right to decide which communities do get the benefit and which don't, like you said. So ensuring a baseline and ensuring transparency is the key. So just in full agreement. It's just if DCPS tries to claim that, then they're not telling the truth.
Okay, I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Besance actually rejoined us online. So if I could just have a few extra seconds to give her a chance to answer. Ms. Besance, I don't know if you heard my question, but essentially it was, I'm likely going to hear, hey, for these swing spaces, we actually do increase the school budget during that time anyway. We just use the school stabilization fund. And my concern with that is it's a little bit, doesn't have a whole lot of transparency around it, but what would it mean to you as a school community who's going through it right now to have been able to, during all this planning process, just be able to say, we just know, it's just certain, I don't have to question it. The school budget will not go down for your families and for your educators.
Thanks for coming back to me. Yeah, I think, you're so right that the stability is all anyone really wants. Everyone just wants to know that everything will, in this period of transition, that all of the things that can stay the same will stay the same, that the people will be there, the materials will be there, that their other, their peers will be there. You're more likely to stay when your friends are staying. And if these adult friends and their kids are all staying together, they want to be together. Being able to have that stability and have that transparency for what you said too, about knowing that you can maintain and continue in the community that you've started and, then not have to worry about rejoining when you come back to third or fourth or fifth grade when the school returns to you. Even if it's hard, people want to stay with the people that they care about and in the place that they trust and believe in.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to go over a little bit of time. Thank you all very much.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Thank you, each of you, those of you especially in person and the others of you online. I'm going to turn to the next group. I already called Salim Adolfo. Don't believe he's here. Yeshim Sayan is here. Samantha Bertocci. Tara Vanacore, Anne Louise Taylor, Cortavia Freeman, is that you, Cortavia Freeman? Andrew Pratt. Is Farhan Akhtar in virtual or in person? Let me call him Farhan Akhtar. How about Kiara Houghton? Oh, then we'll have to stop right there. You'll be the next.
I'll be right back.
Ms. Sayan, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Yeşim Sayan, and I'm the Executive Director of the DC Policy Center, an independent, nonpartisan think tank focused on the District of Columbia. Today, I'm going to focus my testimony on the fiscal feasibility of the school's first budgeting practices, which I believe will be even harder with the two proposals on table. Over the years, the Policy Center has offered testimony on the school's first budgeting practices, raising 4 buckets of concerns. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through those there in my testimony, but I will add a 5th one, which I believe is fiscal infeasibility. When budgets are declining, school's first budgeting becomes almost an arithmetic impossibility. I'm going to illustrate that point by looking at fiscal year 2027. This year, the Council approved a budget and financial plan which foresees a 6.7% decline in per pupil funding formula, per pupil funding base levels for fiscal year 2027. The CFO's office in the fiscal impact statement for the BSA showed that this will cost about $89 million for DCPS. At the same time, the Council moved the fixed cost of DCPS to General Services Administration, creating about $46.7 million of lower costs, which can offset some of the losses from the per pupil funding formula. So that puts DCPS in the red at about $22 million. Then last year, this council approved a Washington Teachers Union contract that foresees a 4% increase in teacher salaries. Given the number of teachers today and the base budget, the average cost of teachers, which the one of the proposals today focuses on, this is about another $24 million increase. So now we're at $46 million. The Deputy Mayor's Office released some projections for enrollment growth for the next 4 or 5 years. It shows about 193 increase in DCPS enrollment from 26 to 27. So that's $4.7 million in the plus. However, this is not even among the 117 DCPS schools. 55 will lose a combined 1,120 students. And among those, 38 will not be able to adjust their budgets because of schools' first budgeting practices. That's another $8 million. So if you add these all up, that's $49 million in structural deficits. That's not reflecting any other cost pressures. So some may just say that, don't worry about 27, we'll find a way to undo the plan that we have approved. But as you've seen in the most recent revenue estimates, we're not seeing the type of revenue growth that will allow the council to create, additional resources for public education without cutting somewhere else. And certainly that intention is not reflected in the financial plan. I think the most important role the council can play, and it's a really important one, is to use the lever of oversight. There needs to be rigorous accountability, not just by asking what is being funded, but what the outcomes are. What is the absenteeism level? What is academic achievement like? So focusing more on the outputs and not just on the inputs, which the school's first budgeting practice does. I think this emphasis on oversight is urgently needed, especially given the declining financial picture. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Give me just a second. Thank you. Samantha Bertocci, I think, is not here. Tara Vanacore.
Good morning, council members and council staff. My name is Tara Vanacore. I'm the PTO president at Harriet Tubman Elementary School in Columbia Heights. I'm here to call on the council to pass Bill 2672. Tubman is in year 2 at Old Banneker High School, our swing space during renovation. The passage of this bill will not restore the $1 million that we lost last year. However, it will prevent other schools from undergoing the upheaval that our community has faced. I testified before this committee last spring. We had just learned that Tubman was being penalized for a projected decrease of over 100 students from the previous year's budgeted enrollment of 550. We lost more than 10% of our budget, far more than any other school in the district. Despite repeated outreach from the PTO and parents, requests for budget assistance from Principal Delabar, and support from Councilmember Nadeau, to this day, Chancellor Farabee has only restored $300,000. Our current enrollment is around 390 students. Thanks to the restoration of community schools and connected schools funding, we're able to continue supporting families who are in even more precarious situations than they were in 4 months ago. However, aftercare options, professional development opportunities, and field trips are all diminished. Most significantly, we've lost teachers. In 24-25, we had 24 general education teachers. This year, we have only 19. We've dropped from 16 to 10.5 ELL teachers. 55% of Tubman students are at risk. 50% are English language learners, and we have significant SPED and immigrant populations as well. Losing teachers who know students by name, who create a safe and loving environment for kids whose parents have been detained or have lost their job, is a cruel and preventable phenomenon. Next year, we're told to anticipate 700 students when we return to the new building. How is our principal supposed to hire, orient, and train enough teachers to support this growth? I can only imagine that the logistics of our return will be as challenging as the move to the swing space was. Meanwhile, experienced teachers, coaches, custodians, and administrators will be asked to do more with less. It would be a pity to lose our co-teaching model, but I fear that may no longer be sustainable. We can't rely on community schools funding, so can't plan ahead to ensure that we have programming to support the needs of our diverse learners. If the hold harmless provision had been applied, Tubman would have the resources necessary to attract and retain families willing to take a chance on their neighborhood school. Instead, we've had to protest and petition for concessions. I commend Councilmember Allen for introducing this bill, and I call on the council to prohibit the reduction of a school's budget during an already tumultuous period of relocation. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vanacore. Anne Louise Taylor.
Hi, I'm Ann Louise Taylor. I'm the Vice President of the Ward 1 and 2 Education Council, and I'm speaking in favor of the Holding School Budgets Harmless During Modernizations Amendment Act. Protection of school budgets while schools are in swing space is something our community has needed for years. Schools like Tubman Elementary and John Francis Education Campus experienced a temporary drop in enrollment while their buildings were being modernized for 2 years. We've found that in DCPS, this temporary decrease in enrollment is usually less than 10%. However, even a relatively small drop can reduce a school's budget enough that the school has to cut positions. Sometimes this means losing popular programs that could help retain students. Because budgets lag behind enrollment, this can lead to crowded classrooms in the first years after the school moves back into its beautiful modernized building as the school struggles to afford enough teachers to meet its needs. This budget roller coaster is predictable and unnecessary, but also avoidable. Next year, Seton Elementary in Ward 2 will begin a 2-year modernization and will move to a swing space location. Worries about the effect of the modernization on the budget, the staff, and the quality of the education the students can receive does not have to accompany this community's excitement about the new facility. Please pass this legislation to fix a discrete recurring issue facing our schools. I'd also like to speak in favor of Schools First Amendment Act. The Ward 1 and 2 Education Council is also in favor of amending Schools First to require DCPS to calculate school budgets using the actual increased cost of teacher positions each year. Especially when there is a large increase in costs, even an increased budget does not go as far and schools still may need to cut positions. This happened to Marie Reed Elementary recently. This legislation would prevent this mathematical oversight from degrading our students' education. Lastly, our community members told us they are concerned DCPS may not follow the changes required by these two bills, even if they become law, as it has done regarding Schools First in the past. Please consider how to ensure DCPS will implement these protections for school budgets when they're generated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Cortavia Friedman?
Good morning, Councilman Mendelson and other members of the council. Thank you so much for taking our testimony today. I speak as the PTA president at Brent Elementary and a very proud member of Ward 5 with 2 DCPS students who have done exceptional things at Brent Elementary. While we are undergoing renovation and have moved to the swing space, I have worked tirelessly to ensure that our school community stayed connected. And so I speak as a parent today. I had prepared testimony, which I submitted, but I just want to talk about the impact of what budgetary cuts could have, what could take place when a school is undergoing modernization. Already, our resources are very strained. We inherited a building at Meyer that was not desirable for any parent. I personally took off 2 weeks of time to help make sure that we moved into this swing space and we made it inhabitable for our students. So I'll start there as a parent. As a PTA president, I have been burdened with the challenge of making sure our community stays connected. Brent is a very tight community, and so we have done extra work in making sure that parents stay at our school because we feel that if parents start to take their kids out of school, that budget will drop, and already strained resources that teachers have. Teachers are like superheroes. They don't know how to say no. So if you put them in a classroom that is oversized, they're going to continue to teach. They're going to continue to learn. My daughter was at a charter school prior to joining Brent. Her first year at Brent, she skipped 2 grade levels in terms of her ELA scores. So this is empirical evidence that having strong DCPS schools are extremely impactful and it helps children. My son, just last week, we got scores back that he was not at grade level and he just came from a charter school. I have full faith and confidence in Brent Elementary staff who has stayed with us through the transition to get my child to where he needs to be by December. It happened before and I know it will happen again. So as a mother, as a PTA president, as a troop leader of, Girl Scouts, as a sorority and community advocate, I really hope that you take to heart this hold harmless bill and really take into account all of the precious lives that are really in your hands, especially when it comes to funding, because these vital resources, I live in Ward 5, as I mentioned, my neighborhood schools were not up to par. I was grateful to have a seat at the table to come to Brent, and there are many school children and parents advocating for the same benefits that my child has now received at Brent. We know if you drop funding, parents will, obviously some parents will leave. We're trying to do as a PTA as much as we can to keep our community strong. However, if funding drops and we move back into the swing space, what we know, because Brent is such a strong school, is that parents will then re-enroll and then we will have to deal with overcrowding. What will happen if we're overcrowded? Teachers will just be those superheroes that they are and continue to teach in conditions that are just not bearable. We've seen empirical evidence of what overcrowding can do. So I would humbly ask the council and you, Chairman Mendelson, to really take into consideration this bill to hold school budgets harmless when they're undergoing renovations, because we've seen from other testimony what that can do to a school community. And as the PTA president of Brent, I'm working tirelessly to make sure our community stays together so our enrollment doesn't drop. But sometimes family needs necessitate people being able to take different actions for their family. So please take that into consideration. And thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Andrew Pratt.
Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Allen, thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Andrew Pratt. I'm a resident of Ward 6. I have one child at Brent at Meyer, another child, Elliot Hine, who's an alum of Brent, and my spouse is a DCPS school librarian. I've served as a co-facilitator of the school's equity and inclusion group for 3 years. I'm also a former 7th grade middle school teacher in Prince George's County Public Schools, and professionally I coached and trained DCPS teachers and leaders on innovation initiatives for more than a decade. I'm here to humbly ask that the Committee of the Whole advance the Holding School Budgets Harmless During Modernizations Act Amendment of 2025 to a full vote. I want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, Mayor Bowser, Councilmember Allen, Chancellor Farabee, for everything that everyone has done to protect schools and strengthen the DCPS system, especially in today's fiscal environment and under threat from federal overreach. I want to emphasize 3 reasons why school budgets should remain stable during modernization. First, because building teams of amazing, equity-centered educators takes time and sustained effort that budget disruptions can erode. When schools move into swing spaces, enrollment can drop. As we've heard, neighborhood families can make decisions that meet their logistical circumstances, including withdrawing their students. The enrollment drop causes the school to lose budget dollars, and as a result, school leaders must cut staff, leaving holes in the teaching teams that they have built. The irony is that when the school returns to their modernized space, they have room for increased enrollment, but then they're asked to meet that demand with fewer staff, including staff who are crucial members of those equity-centered teams. Second, without this amendment, DCPS modernization plans will have a disparate and inequitable impact going forward. Nearly 45%, or 11 out of 24 schools slated for modernization over the next 5 years, are east of the river in Ward 7 and 8. While Brent, what I hope will soon be referred to as Gardner Bishop Elementary, is in a wealthy neighborhood and serves a predominantly white population, staff losses would endanger the advances made by school leaders to close academic performance gaps that existed between students of color and white students. Third, stability in school staffing matters to the continuation of DCPS efforts over the past several years to ensure that students and families are supported by educators who are in turn supported by the schools and system they work within. DCPS has made cutting-edge investments in high-impact tutoring and strategic staffing in the wake of devastating professional exits that came with the COVID-19 pandemic. Strategic staffing emphasizes team-based instructional models where educators work together rather than in isolation. Dynamic schedules, spaces, and pacing, optimization and integration of high-quality resources, and establishment of supportive systems for educators. Because teaching is hard. These investments make teaching more sustainable and support the career growth of educators, particularly educators of color, whose attrition rate from the profession has historically been higher than white educators. Budget instability during modernization risks further attrition as DCPS is fighting to rebuild a world-class teaching force that remains reflective of its student population. For all these reasons, I ask that the Committee of the Whole advance the Holding School Budgets Harmless During Modernizations Amendment Act of 2025 to a school vote, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Farhan Akhtar.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members of the council. My name is Farhan Akhtar. I'm a DCPS parent, chair of the Brent LSAT, and a recently involuntarily separated federal employee who's striving to keep stability for my family and community at these challenging times. I want to begin by thanking you for your unwavering support for DC students and residents as we navigate the unprecedented challenges to our city. Even with this strong leadership and vision for our future, our schools are not immune to the disruptions brought on by necessary improvements. As a parent, I've seen firsthand that school modernizations represent major periods of disruptions in our children's lives. These temporary relocations fracture friendships, weaken volunteer networks, and compromise the sense of belonging that our families rely on. As Councilman Allen pointed out earlier, it's common to see as much as 18% drops in enrollment simply because these families seek continuity elsewhere. These declines, however, are worsened for families who choose to stay, as they can translate into crippling budget cuts whose effects we felt for years afterwards. I have first encountered the brutal choices that schools face under this current rules during an LSAT meeting last year on the upcoming school year's budget. The schools are forced to decide between eliminating long-standing staff or programs or drawing from other neighboring schools' resources to maintain their staff and budget. In either scenario, the school endures the painful staffing churn, abrupt layoffs, rushed hires, diminished instructional quality, and strained support for students and families. New or temporary teachers arrive without the mentorship structures intact, and some positions may go unfilled, leaving glaring gaps during a critical period of transition. Cutting resources due to what will undoubtedly be a temporary shift in enrollment only compounds the disruption and prevents the long-term planning and community building that makes schools like Brent so special. That's why the holding schools budgets harmless during Modernizations Act is so critical. The proposal is a modest, targeted reform. By preserving school budgets, principals can retain experienced teams, plan proactively for the return to renovated facilities, and maintain program continuity, ensuring that every school, every student, and every educator emerges stronger on the other side. Principals, teachers, and parents, and council members are united in one goal: the long-term health of our school communities. This is done by thinking in educational cohorts, not fiscal years. It makes no sense to reduce staff during a period of disturbance when we know those positions will be essential once students return to upgraded facilities. If the federal government can see to the end of a budget impasse and keep employees on the payroll, DC can see to the end of the modernization and preserve teachers and programs during a temporary period of displacement. I respectfully urge the committee to advance this common sense bill to the full council, and thank you for your time and unwavering commitment to DCPS students and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akhtar. I have a couple of questions. Let me see. Ms. Vanacore.
Yes.
Tubman, in a sense, is an outlier. It was the highest drop in funding last year,
Yes.
but it also was projected to have a significant drop in enrollment. If I read your testimony correct, before the swing space, you were at about 550 students?
Correct.
And right now you're at 390.
Yes.
So while I certainly want to be supportive of Tubman, a drop of 160 students, if your budget was maintained without change, you would have just a whole lot more resources given the number of students.
Well, 550 was the projected enrollment at the end of the previous school year. So when our 24-25 budget was released, that was what our previous enrollment was. And so, yes, we have lost many students. And as I testified last spring, the reasons are various, including lack of transportation to the swing space. We have many families whose parents are afraid to leave home and bring their kids to school this year. So this is a question of attendance as well as enrollment, and it'll be interesting to see at count day what our actual current number of students is. We also have encountered significant issues with the facilities in our swing space, as we've documented in continued outreach to the chancellor and Councilmember Nadeau and others. Really significant issues with the building, including flooding, elevator not working, rodents in the building. So though we've striven to keep our community together, as so many other folks here have testified is so essential when a school moves to a swing space, it's been very difficult for students to stay with Tubman. And we know for a fact that many have chosen to go to other schools rather than move to the swing space with us. I still believe that our budget should have been held harmless. And if our budget was going to be cut by $1.2 million, there should have been advance notice to our principal and to our community, notifying us of this so late in the game really made it difficult to plan ahead in year 2 of the renovation and then to prepare for the return to our modernized building next year. So I know that we could make use of those resources. And if we had not had community schools and connected schools funding restored, we would be in a much, much more perilous and difficult situation. So there is no money in the budget to pay for the things that those grants are providing. And at the time, we didn't know that those grants would be coming back to us. We didn't even know that we would have interpreters for our PTO meetings, for our parent coffees, until the week before they happened. Most of our parents don't speak English. So these are the essential services that the district is depriving the Tubman community of. And though I understand that we're an outlier both in our drop-in enrollment and in our drop-in budget, I think that's just even more of a cautionary tale about what would happen if we didn't have Hold Harmless. So
I want to reclaim some of my time. You swung to Meyer?
No, we're at Banneker, Old Banneker High School.
That's right.
We were supposed to be at Meyer, but the renovation at the previous school, I believe Adams Middle School, was delayed. So we were moved to Banneker instead.
Okay. Miss Thane. I've used up all my time, but I kind of want to give you a hard time. So let me see. We should focus on outcomes, not inputs. So we should focus on oversight on, well, I'm not sure you say, but we should focus on oversight on outcomes. I assume outcomes like, and actually you might have said this in your oral comments, attendance or academic achievement. So you've seen those hearings when we've had those hearings. So attendance or absenteeism has dropped like 10 points. Instead of it being 50%, it's 40%. So, you know, the school system celebrates that. So then we should continue funding the way we're funding right now, which is schools. Let me remind you that not this past summer, meaning for 3 months ago, but like a year ago, if I remember correctly, something like 80 schools were getting cuts, and parents were in here, hundreds of parents were in here testifying they didn't want cuts. So instead of being concerned about that, we should have these hearings on attendance where we celebrate that 40% of kids are being absent, or we should have hearings on academic achievement where we should celebrate that the growth in reading and math has gone up like 6 points, but still like 2/3 of kids are not at grade level. I'm not quite getting how oversight is moving the needle.
Well, okay, let's start with attendance. The mid-year data that just came out shows very, like, not enough improvement. So there's definitely room for more oversight there. But
No, hold on. There's definitely room for more oversight. My point here is that, well, we've been doing oversight, but before I go to that, oversight doesn't seem to really move the needle.
Okay.
How does oversight move the needle? So the chancellor comes in here last December at a hearing on special education, and he's offended that I pull out the Organization on Civil Rights that says that we lead the country in violations on special education. And the chancellor sits at that very same table, denies all of it. And I'm not sure we've seen much improvement. So how is oversight the solution here?
Okay, I see your point. But let me sort of share with you some thoughts that just occurred to me as I sit and listen to the parents and the representatives sitting next to me. We kind of think about teacher expenses as operating expenditures, right? It's like, you know, they have a contract, they run it from year to year. But the way these parents and these school leaders are describing teacher expenditures is almost like an infrastructure investment. Like, you know, cultivating the teachers, having lower rates of turnover. And I think maybe one area to think about as we think about school funding is how to really incorporate that into our funding decisions. You know, our current system was a move away from funding based on teacher counts to students. The idea behind that was, you know, parents know the best and, you know, they vote with their feet and the money should follow the students who are the main sort of customers of our public education system. And the school's first budgeting practices is, again, bringing us back to a system where teacher counts start getting a heavier weight in funding practices. I think the point that I'm trying to make is, given our fiscal picture, given how we structured our per pupil funding, given the sort of like the two-sector model that we have adopted over time, schools' first budgeting practices is just an add-on that's really not fitting into the underlying system, which is the per pupil funding formula, and certainly requires a certain level of financial commitment year after year after year after year after, at least for DCPS in the way it's practiced, which means that it's really not paying attention to the other sector. And, you know, if the council's plans to cut the per pupil funding by 6.7% materializes in 2 years, what will happen? And I think this is an important question that we need to think about.
Well, I think you kind of mixed a couple of things in there, but I don't know how we invest in our teachers in terms of the quality of teaching, that is reducing turnover, but also increasing coaching and having training different from coaching being improving your skills, training being like recognizing dyslexia and how to respond to dyslexia. If we're going to do all that, then we have to have more money in the school. If a school is I'm thinking of Jackson Reed, where the school to teacher ratio is way above the WTU contract. So, you know, if the teachers are that stressed with that many students, there's no time for coaching. There's no resources for coaching. There's no time for training or resources for training. So how are we improving academic outcomes if we're not at least being stable with regard to funding to the school?
That is a perfectly fine goal to pursue, and it's an important one. But it implies a trade-off under our current funding system.
Trade-off?
Between investing in teachers and investing in other programs.
Other programs like what?
Tutoring, college readiness, absenteeism reduction. There's a whole slew of these things or mental health. You know, that's another type of personnel, but not necessarily a teacher. So those are all, the system we adopted, the mayoral control system, basically gives that decision-making power to the chancellor. I understand your frustration. You're saying, we're asking these questions, we're not getting good answers, so we're legislating him into doing, or our chancellor into doing these things. But at the same time, without overall increase in funding to schools, it chips away from other things. I know that in the past, at least I've heard you express saying things like the central office is too fat, we can cut the fat, trim the fat, send the money to schools. But there comes a moment when there's a limit, and that's no longer attainable without real sacrifices or decisions at the central level. That comes at a different kind of cost. The only point I'm making, Chairman, is that arguing for more funding for schools for stability, to treat teachers, investments in teachers as infrastructure investment, almost like an infrastructure investment, and cutting the per pupil funding formula by 6.7% are just not jiving well together.
Well, but that wasn't your point a year ago, and you've made a similar testimony critical of the school's first approach. And that wasn't your point a year ago. And yes, the council is responsible for adopting a budget that in the financial plan reduces the UPSFF. That was not our suggestion. And you could say, well, we could have bucked that trend, but as you know about budgeting, then we would have to fill that gap in the financial plan. And as you know, in 56 days, it's virtually impossible for us to do that unless we were to just raise taxes for the UPSFF in the out years. When what we've seen over and over again is that the mayor will take what we fund on a multi-year basis, like think ECE, the pay parity, where we funded that over 4 years, and then she just eliminated 3 years of that and used the money for other programs. So I do not want to defend what we, the council, did on the UPSFF. I would call that a gimmick, and I would say that it's a little bit unfair for you to hold that against us with Schools First. Do you really think the mayor is going to cut the UPSFF next year as a political matter? And you don't have to, that could be a rhetorical question, but I don't think she's going to. But I think it's bad budgeting because it's structurally unsound. And do you really think the council can fix all that in 56 days?
But that's kind of my point. The budget has a million margins we can use to fit it into the financial plan. In the past, there wasn't a whole lot of efforts in fixing the financial plan in a way that truly balances because our revenue was growing year after year after year. Now we've come to a point that mentality had to change. So the executive had to make a decision on what to signal as a future cut. and they went with a 2.5% decrease in per pupil funding formula. The council took that 2.5% decrease and turned it into a 6.7% decrease. So you could call it a gimmick, but for someone like me sitting from the outside, those seem like preferences. You could have cut something else. You chose to cut the per pupil funding formula. And I think this is the point that I'm trying to make. There is no argument with investing more in schools. There is no argument in treating teachers as infrastructure, although we should make sure that those investments do result in less turnover, do result in better teaching. That's the oversight part. That's the point that I'm trying to make. But there's also a fiscal reality that next year will make all of these decisions even harder to implement. And that's the warning that I want to offer here.
Well, if you want to criticize the structure of the budget, that's one thing. But what's before us is Schools First, which does not increase the budget of DCPS. What it does do is say that the budget of individual schools is basically held harmless. And that means stability in the schools. That means also a little bit more authority to the principal. I think those are both good things and more likely to result in academic improvement if there is stability. So the person sitting right next to you is a case in point, exhibit A of the problems with instability that her Dubman's budget was cut $1 million. So I should be asking you questions and not lecture you.
Sorry.
I'm over my time. Councilmember Allen.
I wasn't about to cut you off. Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thanks everybody for your testimony. I'm going to come back on the hold harmless legislation where I'm going to spend most of my time here. I'm going to come back to Ms. Freeman, Mr. Pratt, and Mr. Akhtar in just a moment. To Ms. Vanacore, though, I do think it's helpful for us to try to tease out a little bit more around the Tubman situation. So as I look at the numbers, please correct me if I'm wrong, the majority of the loss of students over projected seems to really be taking place in the 4th and 5th grade. I think there was some in 2nd grade, and I don't know what that is, but definitely I see the majority seem to be 4th and 5th. Am I reading that correctly?
Historically, that has been the case. So historically, we have had, it's my understanding, students who start at pre-K. We have an amazing pre-K program. They keep their kids there through 1st, 2nd, and it's been a struggle to retain students all the way through 5th grade. And that's one of our goals, is to convince families that Tubman is worth sending their kids to all the way through 5th. So yes, even before the move, I would say it's my understanding that we were losing students at the higher grades.
Oh, no. Let's be very honest.
Yeah.
When we look at DCPS elementary schools across the entire city, 4th and 5th grade, because when charters start at 5th grade,
Right.
that is where we see the drop off, right?
Exactly.
And then what I see exacerbated or the projected fear is that during modernization,
Mm-hmm.
a parent who has a 4th or 5th grader says, why in the world would I go send my kid into a swing space halfway across the city for 2 years? I'm never going to see the benefit of that modernization.
Yeah.
So if the parent's in that situation,
Mm-hmm.
okay, they make that decision. I think we probably see it in relatively smaller numbers in
Mhm.
modernizations, and I think it is a healthy thing for us to start to tease out. It felt like this is an extreme outlier from what we typically see, and there may be very valid reasons for it. You talked about transportation, you talked about other issues. DCPS submitted their testimony in advance of this hearing, and so one of the things they talk about is that Tubman experienced a reduction of 156 students over enrollment. And so therefore that would not be a situation where you'd say hold harmless, because that's such a departure from what we see from that. There are different reasons.
We should expect 600 to 700 students when we return to our new building next year. So why wouldn't you hold harmless at 500, 550 to ensure that we have a successful return? As many others have said, you can't just hit the ground running with gutted staff who don't know the community, don't know the kids. So I don't really see the problem in maintaining staff. Perhaps it's extreme in our case and there would have needed to be a more modest cut. But if you look at the cuts to all the schools in the district, why was Tubman's cut 10%, way more than any other, which is, I would say, not even commensurate or on par with our drop in enrollment.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with
Yeah.
you. I think what we have to wrestle with is if that is the policy argument we're going to hear back,
Mhm.
then try to help understand. So what was taking place there? Why was it different than what we might see other schools? And so that's what I'm just trying to tease out.
Yeah.
I agree with you. If our projected enrollment, and I think what we see again with newly modernized
Mhm.
schools is that they are highly attractive places both to work in and to have your
Right.
kids there, your enrollment will rebound.
Right.
I feel pretty confident in that. And so how disruptive are we to the
Mhm.
school community, which is a lot
Yeah.
more than the walls of the building,
Right.
in terms of making that be successful? Right?
Definitely. And so I just want to point out that 550 was the number towards the end of the previous, not the end of last school, but the end of the previous year, which I would argue is what should have been held as the baseline.
Yeah.
At the end of last year, we were closer to 400. We were already well below that number. So we dropped quite a bit in the first year of our modernization. And that, I believe, it needs to be looking out across the 2 years, trying to maintain and retain enrollment so that in year 3, we're set up for
Mhm.
success.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hear you. I'm going to turn with my time back now to some of my Brent school leaders as well.
Sure.
So Ms. Freeman, who's co-president of the PTA as well. Thank you very much. And Mr. Pratt and Mr. Akhtar. You heard me kind of talk about this earlier because I think you were in the room. This legislation is not like some big grand reimagining of swing states. It really is, like, in the name gives it away, like hold harmless. If you know me, I'm not really a status quo kind of guy. This is legislation that's just trying to hold the status quo. It's just trying to make sure that school community stays intact as we go through this. Could you just share a little more, similar question I asked to the first panel? I mean, the Brent community is going through this right now, and you've been in the planning stages, you've been working on this. How disruptive had it been in the lead up to this when it was unclear, what is the budget going to look like? Are we going to be able to keep the teachers together? We're asking everybody to travel further, go through this inconvenience and disruption for a period of time. And I can show you all the pretty pictures of what's happened on the other side of it. And that'll motivate some people.
Sure.
But it's not enough for everybody. And so in what ways do you feel like the school community just went through unnecessary turmoil are we going to hold it together?
Yeah. So I will give a big kudos to our leadership. Our principal, obviously, Principal Nora Licknell, has done a tremendous job of keeping the families, the schools, the community abreast. We had multiple community meetings where we sort of laid out the picture. What the school that we inherited, Meyer, the swing space, we didn't get it until a week before school started. And my testimony I submitted, I stood shoulder to shoulder with the Brent staff as they really tried to transform a space that truly was not inhabitable. It had rodents, it had no soap dispensers. It just was not an environment that we were accustomed to. We've also had to dig really deep into our PTA budget to sort of overcome some of those things, because bathroom stalls not locking, that's going to be really down on the DCPS list of things to fix. That's where the PTA comes in. And it has been a Herculean effort. I can show you how much PTO I've taken off. This is a volunteer position, and not everybody has the time to be able to do that, but I am super invested, and most of our community is invested. I understand that Harriet Tubman, they have different challenges than we do, but it is super important that this hold harmless, because we do know that when it's a beautiful, shiny new building, we already have a tremendous wait list at Brent that will just increase. And if we move students off of the wait list to keep our budgetary numbers in place, we know that we can't just say, okay, we're moving back into our space. Our community, people are coming in. We know overcrowding is going to happen. Most of our teachers are tenured teachers. Ms. Bazance has been at the school for 12 years. My son's kindergarten teacher, Ms. Copeland, has been there for 26 years. She's a stalwart in terms of education. We know that even if she had a larger class size, and she is struggling with some pretty demanding challenges in the classroom already, they're just going to rise to the challenge. We're now looking for ways to supplement that by asking for parents to come in, 8 to 12, to volunteer, to sort of put some of those gaps in place. So it's not like a big budget that we have to work with a school already. We're dealing with limited resources. And so if enrollment drops and we have to pull students off of the swing space, you have to think about the totality of education and what that means for families bringing their students in, or families who are coming from, trying to trust the public charter school system and their kids are not coming in at grade level. Teachers then have to meet the demands. And if you look at Brent test scores, we have always been among the highest. His wife is the librarian at our school. We have the second highest library checkout rate. So these are students who want to learn, who are engaged with learning, and this amendment would help ensure that continuity of care that all students deserve.
Yeah, I think that continuity that's the star right there. And I will say, I appreciate you and the entire PTA working on getting Meyer ready. Your principal was outstanding. I know I don't have to convince you of that.
Yes.
But I walked through that space multiple times with Principal Licknell. We were over there working with DGS, working with DCPS. I walked through it when Oyster Adams was still in it to help identify a lot of the problems that it really bothered me that we had a school that was in the space that didn't have the conditions that should have been there. So just really appreciate the hard work in the school. But let me turn just real fast. I know I'm a little over time, but Mr. Pratt and Mr. Akhtar, anything you wanted to add just about how this legislation, if law, just helps give the assurance and the certainty to a school community that the funding is going to be there?
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. I think what's resonating for me is what you said earlier in this hearing, which is that teachers aren't widgets. And I, having been a classroom teacher, having worked with classroom teachers for a good portion of my career, and being friends with Brent faculty, I can say that it is very hard to see the exodus of staff who made the choice that's correct for them, to say this is not the right moment to stay in this school community. And that's great because we have new fantastic teachers who are a part of that community, and I'm excited for them. But that is a challenge when you think about the points that Chairman Mendelson was making about ensuring that people are trained and that they are growing in their work. Teaching feels sometimes like an individual sport, but it is in fact a team effort. And building and maintaining those teams over time, I think, is incredibly important. And so while I do hear that there is a tension between the fiscal position that the city is in and the framework of this legislation, I do think that anything that can be done to preserve the stability of the people who are in the schools supporting our kids is incredibly important. So thank you.
Thank you. And then briefly, Mr. Akhtar, anything you want to add to that before I wrap up?
Yeah, just to say I agree, of course, with my co-parents here. I think the major issue that we've undergone in the last few years as we contemplated the modernization and now are going through it is that it's brought our community together stronger. We have parents that are working, I don't know how they do this on top of their regular jobs, but they are putting out surveys, working with the administration, working with the teachers, making sure that this is as seamless as possible for our kids. In the LSAT meeting, I was honestly shocked to know that this was a real thing that could happen, that knowing that the enrollment will rebound after just a year or maybe 2 years of dropping off during this period, we're still stuck in a situation where we have to make meaningful and lasting decisions on how to sort of set up our school cohort just due to this period. And I think that the certainty that it would provide, that this bill would provide parents going into a modernization to know that at least we don't have to worry about our staff. We will be able to count on teachers that our kids know being in the classrooms, and our programs that we've relied on being maintained during this period would absolutely make a big difference for parents who are contemplating moving or taking another position at another school during the transition. And I think the vicious cycle was a real concern otherwise.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you to all of our witnesses. Ms. Hayen, I hear you on the concern about this being an up escalator and that budgets can get out of control using this kind of system that we have. And I do think that is a thing we need to be cognizant of. There's also, the chairman talked about principal autonomy. One of the things in principal autonomy is there are ways to game this system so that if you put a position in one place, then you may get a backfill of a position under schools first, but if you put a position in a different place, you won't. So principal autonomy almost happens at the strategic crafting of the budget as opposed to in the year-long administration of the school. Speaking of principals, it's great to hear about Nora Licknell. She had been a principal in the neighborhood that I live in, and a great principal then, and I'm sure today. The other thing out there on this for me is many kudos to the chairman for pushing stability and funding over the years. And we have had battles royale about this over the years. Last year, DCPS came forward with budgets that for the vast majority of schools worked. So working together, I think we can get there, and we may not, I don't think we need to have more and more formulas. I think we want to make sure that we're funding at levels that are appropriate, and we can do that with oversight, not necessarily with formulas. Ms. Sain, you described the impact in FY27 of maintaining the status quo. And the way I heard it was a total of about $49 million. Is that right? To bring the UPSF up to where it would need to be, to account for increases in enrollment, to account for increases in teacher salaries. So it's about $50 million. And this would not particularly, actually this would account for that, would be included in that because it includes the cost of positions. So that's the price tag to continuing down this path. And I hear you that it's choices. So that's $50 million that would have to come from somewhere, be added to the DCPS budget. Does that include the parallel costs for the charters?
So it's more like 100 million.
100 million.
If you're going with parity.
If it's all done through the UPSFF and it's parity, then it's probably not 100, but 90. Okay, well, one of the things that happens is we have a situation and it's been out there for a while and we get used to it and we talk about it all in the same way and then things change. And I wonder, and I'm curious to hear your views, have you looked closely at the new revenue estimates? So when I look at the new revenue estimates, it looks to me like if we did decoupling, that we could have on the order of $160 million more dollars in FY27 than we had previously anticipated. Is that how you interpret it?
That immediately stood out to me as well. I wouldn't want to go and estimate, use that negative number as the precise estimate of decoupling, because decoupling would also disincentivize some of the, some folks from having income earned in the city. So the CFO will probably take a bit of a hit. But I think even though the numbers look strong on its surface, here's what I saw from that revenue estimate, that we're still looking at a very weakened labor market. Our real estate market is not doing particularly well. But most importantly, a larger share of our revenues are now coming from a very volatile tax base, which is the non-withholding and corporate taxes on corporate profits. And that makes planning for things like schools first budgeting even harder because your revenue is going to swing much more.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that, and I hear you on the volatility, but he takes that into account in what he came up with, and it's spelled out in the revenue estimate. It just strikes me that I used 170 because I took different numbers that may not be static, but they're not going to change enormously to do this would mean that the way I interpret it in FY27, that we would need to use 100 million of that 150 million in additional dollars to plug the hole created by doing one-time spending last time. And so that's a choice. It's a different choice than we need to cut a whole bunch of other different things. It's where it is that it would go. Is that fair?
I think we're looking at just one margin here, which is how economists think. But I think there are multiple other margins in the DCPS's budget that's not incorporated in my estimates for the testimony, because teacher salaries and the practices related to enrollment are not the only cost pressures. There are other cost pressures coming from contracts and things like this. There's no room for any of that stuff under the current financial plan. So again, it's going back to choices. Even if you decouple, which I think requires careful consideration for competitiveness reasons, but even if you did, you still end up with $150 million in a fiscal year where everything is everything is cut. It's not just a per pupil funding formula. Charter school facilities is cut. There's a bunch of decisions in the BSA. So you still have to make choices, whether it's this or something else. It will be difficult, is all I'm saying.
I'm not arguing with you that you don't have to make choices. I actually you were there at the table and I wanted to get your take on the revenue estimate, which I think on the basic math, we agree. There's a lot of things on the margins around it, but on the basic math, I think we agree that if there were decoupling, there would be significant additional dollars available in FY27 to meet different priorities. You might not choose this as the priority, but there would be additional dollars based on the math here.
I would urge you to ask for a revenue estimate from the CFO for the decoupling. I highly suspect that it will be the same amount as displayed on the revenue letter, because you're also creating incentives for folks to move their income elsewhere, and that's not incorporated in that particular estimate.
We're good at our jobs. We've asked. Okay, thank you very much. And I'll cede back.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Thank you to each of the witnesses, especially those who are in person. I do want to note, just because this came up earlier, on October 15th, the committee will have an oversight hearing on school attendance. On October 28th, the committee will have an oversight hearing on OSSI, Department of Transportation, that's Special Education Transportation. On November 5th, the committee will have an oversight hearing entitled Beating the Odds, Standout Schools in DC. And on November 7th, the committee will have an oversight hearing on academic achievement. And on December 9th, the committee will have an oversight hearing on School Improvement Act and community schools. On December 10th, we will have a oversight hearing on special education. And in January, we have 2 days scheduled for oversight hearing on teacher and principal retention. So I didn't mean to suggest that we're not doing oversight. The remaining witnesses, Kiara Houghton, who's here in person, Jenny Manzullo, Zandria Haynes, Robin Resch, Kathy Riley, De'Ara Dupree, Swathi Bojedla. Let me see, what am I going to do? Don't go anywhere yet. Journey Williams. All right, you guys will wait. We'll do one more. No, there's like 4 seats and a camera, and so we'll stop there. Ms. Houghton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and good morning, Councilmember Allen. It's so nice to return to this building and to this hearing room and to see friends and former colleagues, though not as a staffer, but as a wife and a mother of two amazing girls who are both DCPS students, as a Girl Scout leader, as a member of Jack and Jill of America, and an active Ward 7 resident. From the moment I stepped foot on Howard University's campus as a graduate student, to when I entered the doors of this building to advance my career, to the day when I purchased my first home in Congress Heights, to where we're raising a family now in Hillcrest, I have spent nearly 20 years committed to this city and its future. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today on why the council must advance the Holding School Budgets Harmless during Modernization's Amendment Act of 2025 to a full vote, particularly as the federal government is shut down and while our city remains under an illegal occupation. My daughter, Zora, is a second grader at Brent at Meyer, and she's actually new to our school community. One of the primary reasons why we even had the opportunity to transition her to Brent is because of the systems our school's leadership, which you heard about earlier, currently have in place to attempt to stabilize enrollment and honor the spirit of this amendment. But beyond my own family, I would emphasize 3 reasons why school budgets need to remain stable during modernization. So first, it's a matter of fundamental fairness. Just those who are represented at this table online, but most especially those wards with our babies with the highest needs. I remember very clearly working in this building in schools in wards 2 and 3, ties long before those in 1, 5, 7, and 8. Second, the amendment is aligned with Chairman's original Schools First and Budgeting Act. So these ideals of preventing the loss of staff and programs, predictability and transparency in the budgeting process, support for those higher needs babies, stability, prioritizing school budgets, central office funding. And that just makes sense. It should have been in place for all amazing schools. The cost relative to the overall DCPS budget is nominal, especially considering the return on that investment versus the risk of not making it. We're talking about 0.1% roughly of the overall annual DCPS budget. And based on the 7 schools out of the 117 that are currently in swing spaces, that's an annual cost of about $2.8 million. And as you all know, DCPS's annual budget last year was $2.8 billion with a B. The parents, caregivers, educators, and advocates in this city have fought too hard for the progress we are making in DC public schools for that work to be undone. The risk of not implementing this amendment, destabilizing learning communities, forbidding quality teachers, and losing families' participation in the public school system at all is far too great. This is a chance to do the right thing, and so the council should. And for all these reasons, and on behalf of all of our babies, I ask that the committee advance this amendment to a full vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Manzullo.
Good morning. I am the parent of 2 children at Brent and a member of the school's LSAT. I want to thank Councilmember Allen for introducing this important hold harmless legislation and you, Chairman Mendelson, for holding the hearing. I want to recognize as well the critical work that the chairman, the mayor, and the chancellor have done to protect our schools and school funding during these truly unprecedented times. Because I cannot articulate all the compelling reasons for this amendment in 3 minutes, I will devote my time to kind of double clicking on the DCPS argument against it. First and foremost, in reading DCPS's proposed changes to Students First, I noticed a lot of references to the School Sustainability Fund as an alternative. As a member of the school LSAT, I'm aware of no parameters for which these funds are accessed or granted, and that is really concerning to me from a transparency and equity perspective. I think this amendment would really formalize the concept of that school sustainability fund to ensure that all of our modernizing schools are protected in all swing space years and for schools modernizing now and in the future. In the same way that DCPS describes the 5 schools that saw budget increases this year. It also increases the likelihood of equity for all of the schools, which the fund does not. Without the amendment, there are really 2 equally problematic potential scenarios that play out for modernizing schools. So for schools with long lottery waitlists, if it becomes clear that enrollment will decline, the schools are faced with the decision to either absorb the decrease in students and budgets or supplement with significantly more waitlist students than normal. If schools choose the former, they lose faculty, staff, and programs they've taken years to build, and that they will not be able to quickly rebuild when they return to their modernized spaces, when enrollment will quickly increase. If they choose the latter, they are introducing many students to a new to those students school at a time when the school staff is already stretched to the breaking point with unique and temporary swing space responsibilities. When they return to the modernized space, they will then be at or above capacity. It should also be noted that pulling significantly more students off the lottery destabilizes the schools those students were meant to attend. Neither are particularly stable or sustainable options. For schools without long lottery wait lists, without the amendment, these schools are at the mercy of the school sustainability fund, like Tubman, and have no agency to bring in supplemental students to help protect their budgets. When they return to their spaces, when their inbound students return, they will then have to hire for an unusually large number of positions at once. Of course, I am grateful that Brent is one of the 5 schools DCPS referred to as seeing a budget increase despite enrollment declines. We lost 5 students for what it's worth. We have faced significant challenges during our swing space time, like busing 400-ish children almost 4 miles across town, twice a day, every day. We cannot afford to lose the positions that have been vital to protecting our community during this time. If we're not going to legislate max distances to swing space, we should at least protect these communities. However, I do not feel comfortable that our school is protected, and for example, Tubman, which has 16 times more English language learners, 9 times more at risk, and 2 times more special education students than Brent was not. I ask that you progress this amendment out of committee for consideration by the full council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manzullo. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could submit that. And you're muted.
I submitted it late last night before I went to bed. I'm sorry.
All right, we'll look for it. Also, did you say you were a Brent parent?
Yes, and on the Brent LSAT.
Thank you. Zandria Haynes?
Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, good morning. My name is Andrea Haynes, and I am a proud DCPS parent of 2, former PTO president and current LSAT member at Seton Elementary School, a Title I school here in Washington, D.C. As you know, our school is scheduled to undergo a long-awaited modernization beginning next fall. This is a moment our community has been anticipating for years, and we are grateful for the city's commitment to creating better learning environments for children across all wards of the city. As parents, we know that renovations, while exciting, can often come with disruption. We can handle logistics of a swing space, a new commute, and other temporary pains that may be less than ideal, but our schools cannot handle losing resources at the same time. This is why this bill is so important. It ensures that a school's operating budget will not be reduced simply because it moves to a swing space or experiences enrollment shifts during renovation. Schools under construction should not be punished financially for the very improvements meant to strengthen them. That not only undermines the school community in the short term, but creates long-term challenges for retaining families in the DC public school system. 3.5 years ago, I testified before this council regarding budget allocation for a new Center City Middle School. And I shared with you how my husband and I made the decision to raise our children in DC, even as many of our friends moved away once they started families. We chose to stay because of the quality of early childhood programs and the promise of strong schools throughout our system. Today, that same calculation is happening across the city. More families are deciding to make DC their permanent home. They're investing in our public schools, making them more racially and economically diverse, making DCPS a school system where all children can thrive. But those calculations and investments depend on stability, and is a good reason why these budgets must be protected. If parents believe that modernization will mean fewer resources for their children in the years that they are displaced, it makes staying with DCPS a harder choice. If passed, this legislation would send a powerful message that DC won't just invest in bricks and mortar, but will invest in our students, our teachers and staff, and programs that sustain our school communities. This bill will help ensure that schools like Seton Elementary not only survive modernization, but emerge stronger and ready to serve the next generation of DC students and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Robin Rush?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you to DCPS leadership and the council for all you've done to protect schools and strengthen DCPS, especially in today's environment. My name is Robin Resch, and I am the PTO Vice President and parent of 2 children at Chisholm Elementary School, a Title I dual language art school in Ward 6. I am here in support of Bill 2672, the Holding School Budgets Harmless During Modernizations Amendment Act of 2025, and I urge you to advance it to a full council vote. Chisholm is scheduled to begin modernization in the 2026-27 school year. While our community is excited about the opportunities this brings, we also know that modernization carries unique risks that this bill is designed to address. For a dual language program like ours, enrollment stability is everything. Students entering grades 2 through 5 must demonstrate Spanish proficiency to enroll. That means if families leave during modernization because of an undesirable swing space or the instability that comes with relocation, we cannot simply replace them later. Once those families are gone, those seats stay empty, and the program we have built over many years is permanently weakened. Our assigned swing space only makes this harder. It is far from our neighborhood, which makes commuting and after-school activities less than ideal, and it's in an area that has seen repeated gun violence. Families who have other options may decide to leave rather than endure 2 years in an unfamiliar and unsafe location. And with the ongoing challenges of recruiting and retaining Spanish-speaking teachers, the best way to hold on to the staff we do have is by providing predictable budgets and stability during this transition. That challenge has only grown. Under a recent executive order, DCPS would be required to spend $100,000 just to sponsor H-1B visas for bilingual teachers. For a Title I dual language school like ours, those educators are not optional. They are the backbone of our program. We cannot afford to lose them, and we cannot afford budget cuts or instability that would make retention even harder. This bill builds on the principles of the Schools First in Budgeting Act by ensuring that schools undergoing modernization do not lose the teachers, family, and programs that they have taken years to build. It brings predictability and transparency to the budgeting process, prioritizes school budgets over central office cuts, and ensures equity for high-need schools like ours. The cost of this bill is minimal, about 0.1% of the DCPS budget. That small investment protects what our schools have built over years, keeping families enrolled, retaining bilingual teachers, and preserving programs that cannot quickly be rebuilt once lost. Without this support, modernization could cause setbacks that are far more costly than this modest expenditure. Modernization should be a moment of growth, not of destabilization. Bill 2672 provides the stability schools need to come out stronger on the other side of modernization. On behalf of my children and the Chisholm community, I urge you to pass this legislation and protect schools like ours. Thank you for your time and commitment to DC Public Schools.
Thank you, Ms. Resch. I don't have a copy of your statement.
I also submitted it right before I went to bed last night.
Okay, we'll look for it. Thank you. Kathy Riley, I think, is not here. Dear Dupree?
Good morning, Chairman Middleton, Councilmember Allen, Councilmember Fruman, and staff. Many of you have seen me testify before. To try and stay within a 3-minute range to testify, I've shortened my oral testimony. My name is De'Ara Dupree, and I'm a Ward 7 parent who utilized the lottery to send my daughter out of boundary so she can attend a school I feel is best catered to her programmatic and community needs. For the past few years, I've been pushing the council to make DC public education more equitable. Some of the officers that I've met with over the past years also know me as a proud mom to DC's biggest sauce pizza lover. So I know firsthand how much small joys of childhood depend on strong and safe schools and communities. Today, I'm here in my role as the Early Childhood Education Co-Chair and Membership Director of the PTA at J.O. Wilson Elementary School, a Title I school in Ward 6. I'm testifying on behalf of our PTA board in strong support of Bill 2672. At J.O. Wilson, we are proud of who we are. We're a school that serves, or that have served generations of families, built strong relationships, and created opportunities through academics, arts, and athletics. Last year, we were honored with the DC Ed's School Excellence Award for school improvement, proof that our students, over half of whom, which are considered at risk, can do and have risen when given consistent support. We have steadily grown in enrollment year after year. This year, however, preliminary enrollment dropped about 8%. That drop is not about the confidence in our school, but the direct result of our January 2025 relocation to the Spingarn swing space. The swing space has brought forth a few challenges. Transportation is a daily burden with rerouted buses, long commutes, and for families with siblings, staggered schedules across schools. On top of that, the swing space is oversaturated within one block, there are 5 schools: Bencarn High School, which is under construction, Brown Education Campus, which serves as both a middle and elementary school, Two Rivers at Young, Phelps High School, and J.O. Wilson, all starting at the same time. It takes an additional 25 minutes to get students safely on or off campus each day. Families also feel the loss of community touchpoints, weakened school culture, and heightened safety concerns due to incidents near the site. Staff morale is under strain as we juggle logistics and teaching. While we've experienced a temporary drop in enrollment, history shows that schools rebound and often grow stronger once modernizations are complete. In fact, our new building is designed for 461 students, but projections already anticipate 491 students. Demand is real, and families want to be a part of J.O. Wilson. This is why we can't afford a budget cut. Cuts would mean loss of staff position, reducing small group instructions and interventions, larger class sizes, and stalling the momentum we've built. Just as we're on a rise, budget cuts could set us back. Bill 72 ensures fairness. It also recognizes the enrollment dips during modernization are temporary and not a decline. By holding budgets harmless, it gives schools like J.O. Wilson the stability we need to serve the whole child and the whole family, the J.O. Wilson way. On behalf of 437 students and families we serve today, I urge you to pass this legislation. Thank you for your time. And just as a quick note, I have to leave at 12.
That's 3 minutes. Well, let me just see if there are questions from any members to you before you leave. Councilmember Allen?
Appreciate it. And actually, I'm really grateful that we have both Chisholm and J.O. Wilson testifying here. Because while Brent has shown up, I do want to make sure that people understand, as we heard from Tubman and we heard from other schools, this is not a Brent issue. This is something that's impacting all the schools. We also had Jeremiah Foxwell from J.O. Wilson submitted testimony but couldn't be here to testify. So I just want to make sure people knew that as they're listening in. Mr. Pree, thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, I'll just direct it right to Mr. Pree to start with. You're in the middle of it right now. J.O. Wilson is a phenomenal school. When the building is done, it's going to be a phenomenal facility to finally match that phenomenal school. But it has its challenges right now. So 8% drop in enrollment, roughly. I think that's not necessarily atypical for what we see because of just the challenge that come with this. And I think, again, we're going to hear DCPS say, listen, we're going to use our stabilization fund to kind of help backfill and make sure that the budget doesn't go down overall. But it doesn't give you the predictability that your parents need, that your school community needs, that your teachers need to know at the beginning, a year or two before we ever start construction, to know with certainty, we're not going to be cutting any positions. And that's what this bill is all about, is trying to give the certainty and confidence. Just from your own experience for J.O. Wilson, can you just share, what would that have meant as you all were going through this debate and trying to navigate what's coming?
So one of the things that I feel like a lot of families at J.O. Wilson is afraid of if we get budget cuts is losing the CIS program, because the CIS program helps support attendance needs and also provides uniforms to people who do not have uniforms. They're a vital service, and if we lose those, that service right there, that's just going to change the trajectory and also create further attendance problems. Another thing to note is that it's just an 8% decrease as of right now, but we haven't made it to that October 5th cutoff line. And because this is a DCPS school, any students who leave a charter school afterwards will go to their school that they have the right to attend their in-boundary school. So just because we losing 8% by that drop off doesn't mean that we won't pick them up later on too.
Got it. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I know, Mr. Chairman, you had other witnesses you want to get to. I just want to, since Mr. Pree has to leave, I just want to make sure I got that question in front.
Just see, Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much for your testimony.
I don't know that I have any additional questions. Did you have any other questions?
Are we moving on to the full panel or?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I can just
Yeah.
knock out a couple of
So
those then real fast.
If you need to disappear, we'll watch you disappear.
Yeah. No, thank you, Mr. Pree. So I'll just continue then on my theme real fast. Ms. Manzula, you were very, very involved, obviously, in all of the Brent preparations for a modernization, and really appreciate the work that you and others in the school community did. Similar question that I just kind of been making sure it's on the record here as we've talked to a lot of the school community leaders. Brent spent 2+ years getting ready and planning and trying to think of this. I mean, I remember being in a lot of conversations with the school community, with the teachers and educators who were deeply concerned we were going to see an enrollment dip. Again, fairly predictable that that's going to happen. And what was that going to do from maintaining the teachers in the classroom to, as Ms. Dupree, shared an example of other key programming that people wanted to make sure was in that school to help support those schools. I mean, you were in a lot of those conversations. I mean, how fraught was it that this was just this cloud hovering over in the middle of trying to navigate all the other decision points that had to be made? What would have been like just to know with certainty, guys, that's taken care of. We're not going to see that budget drop. Let's focus on the things that we can spend our time on to get ready for this move and make it be as successful as we can.
Yeah, so I think it's still fraught, right? Like we're not out of the woods by any stretch. We are in year one of our swing space. So I think leading into year one, it was just a really exceptional amount of time that both the administration and the parent leadership group spent on trying to understand what the community's concerns were and intent to return and all of that, right? There's like kind of this just sunk cost of all of that investment of understanding from the community where their head is at. On a personal level, I have a daughter who is on year 3 of an IEP. And I think from my time in LSAT, it has been really evident that if we had lost funding because we lost enrollment, the focused teacher model that we have built at Brent, not only to support special education needs, but also other students, would be pretty well decimated. And so my daughter has gone from below grade level to meeting her stretch goals, so like 1 to 2 years of growth in a pretty condensed period of time because of this model that we've built. And so for parents like me at Brent, knowing that we could lose that, the calculus of should we go somewhere where that is stable so that our children don't lose that progress they've made. And Brent's special education needs and at-risk population are relatively low compared to a lot of the schools that are left to be modernized. And so I think that calculation is just more omnipresent for some of those populations. But, to get back to your question, like the amount of uncertainty that we faced in community meetings at principals' coffees, as we tried to grapple with Meyer being our swing space and what it would look like to bus 400 plus kids 4 miles across town twice a day, it was hugely destabilizing. We have been fortunate to hire someone whose almost sole job is to ensure that that transportation is a seamless experience. That is something everyone should have access to in terms of being able to facilitate swing space just functioning during their time modernizing. That's
helpful. I appreciate it, Ms. Houghton. I know you're would similarly feel that way. I know I'm basically at time, so I just wanted to ask Ms. Rocha real fast. Since you're kind of where basically the Brent community was a year or two ago, as you're in that, are these the fears and concerns that your school community is facing? And if we could take that concern off the table to start, to help the school be able to, the bandwidth you have to address how many different issues you got facing you, take this one off the table so you have confidence in that, so you can focus on what those modernization plans look like, how important or impactful you think that is to the school community.
Sometimes it feels like we're just drinking from a fire hose, right? If it's not one thing, it's the other. And knowing that there is one less thing that we would have to focus our efforts on. I will say, for people that don't know this, you just saw me here advocating for a dual language middle school. We're like eternally grateful that DCPS has made the commitment to add that at Jefferson. I want to tie, this is relevant here, I want to tie this in here a little bit, because in order for students to move on to enroll in a dual language middle school program, you have to be proficient in Spanish, which means you need to hold on to those kids at the elementary level. Our swing space is not desirable. We actually, our advocacy committee at the school actually started off trying to figure out a different solution to the swing space location, because a lot of people are not happy about it. And then ultimately the dual language middle school advocacy kind of took over, and so here we are. So all that to say is that, ear to the ground, our community is not happy about the swing space, and I'm genuinely concerned that many people will leave.
I'm also concerned, as a lot of people have said, the teachers too. And we can't just have any teacher. We need bilingual teachers to keep this program afloat. So those are kind of the main reasons why I think that this is really important for our specific community.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me go over time. Appreciate everybody.
Sure. And what is your swing space?
Spingarn, where J.O. Wilson is now.
Okay, it's a good distance. Councilmember Fruman?
No questions, but thank you very much to this panel.
And I don't have any other questions. So thank you all very much for your testimony. Thank you online, especially those in person. Swathi Bojedla and Journey Williams. When you're ready.
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Swathi Bojedla, and I'm the president of the Seton Elementary PTO. You just heard from our past president, Zandria Haynes, also from Seton Elementary, and Journey Williams is also here from Seton Elementary. I have a second grader and a kindergartner. It's our family's 5th year at Seton. So Seton is a Title I school. It's located in the heart of DC, in the Shaw, serving the students of Shaw and Truxtun Circle. We have a very large population of at-risk students, about 39% of our population. We have 38% multilingual learners. We have 21% children with special education needs. And we have 3 classrooms of the communication and education support program students who have autism and other communication issues. So we have a much needed and long overdue modernization taking place starting next year. And we're coming back to our building in 2029. So over the years, we have made huge progress, and it's a very exciting time to be at Seton, and we're really proud of everything we've done. We've grown our enrollment from 352 students in school year 22 to 23 to nearly 400 today. And the projections that just came out said we're expected to have 434 by the time we ultimately go back to the new building. Now, who knows what will happen with the swing space and how that will be affected. But that's like a 25% increase in enrollment. We've increased our in-boundary percentage enrollment also significantly over the time. People are really excited about what we're doing at Seton, and it's really good for our community. It's good for downtown to keep families in these core neighborhoods. And the council's decision to open up a Center City Middle School has also helped us to keep enrollment. You know, this is the first year we've had 3 3rd grade classrooms. That's the first cohort that will start at the new Center City Middle School. And we're proud of our efforts to kind of keep our school together and keep it growing. So I don't want to just read through this whole thing because you've heard a lot of these arguments already, but I do want to focus a little on the Center City Middle School piece of this because we want to keep students at Seton to be there at the Center City Middle School when it opens. Right now, the Center City Middle School is projected to have 130 kids. Seton is the biggest feeder to that. That would mean that we need something like 50 students at Seton in 5th grade at the end of our modernization process to make the Center City Middle School the success that we all hope it is. And this bill, the Holding Budgets Harmless During Modernizations Amendment Act, would go a really long way to giving our families comfort that when they go to the swing space, which is a mile away, which we do not have a bus for, which is across Rhode Island Avenue and Florida Avenue during rush hour, that will keep students at our school there to help us thrive as we go back to our new modernized school, and also to help us be the first class to start this new Center City Middle School and make it a success that we all want it to be. So I'm sorry I went a little rogue from my testimony, but wanted to add that perspective as well.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. First, apologies, I have not uploaded my testimony yet, but I'm a little bit glad because it's completely changed after hearing everyone else talk. One of the things that I want to point out is I moved into the Shaw neighborhood back in 2008, and I never projected that I would stay there for schools because of the reason of what the school system was like at the time. But with the growth and all of the community around, it's been one of the best decisions that I think our families made. And I'm trying to make sure that all of the families stay there so that the tax base stays there. Because so far, there has been a number of people that have looked at and have moved away, even outside of the state, and allowing and reducing the overall tax base. our school has been expanding so rapidly, and with the middle school, there's so many more parents that want to stay at Seton to have the new middle school experience. And that's such a huge attraction that I'm on the SIC committee for the modernization. And one of our biggest problems is the numbers for the school don't account for those 3 classrooms per grade that we'll need to fill the middle school. And it would be much less expensive to do that now versus after construction and reorganizing things. But that's for another time. The main thing with this is if we had that stable consideration with the parents, I think we could convince more of the parents to stay in the neighborhood through the swing space transition. And it would help make it a better space and bring more students more immediately back to the new modernized space. And I think that it's really important for the kids because of the more kids we can keep together, the longer lifetime friendships, the tighter knit community, and the better the neighborhood will become. And it'll just keep improving and expanding on the school. So I think that stability needs to be the main point of contention, and it'll help the DC tax base.
Thank you. And you will be submitting your statement. Okay. Yes, so a lot of this has to do with stability, as I said earlier with one of the witnesses. Just a quick question, and that is transportation. So you're swinging next year. Is DCPS providing transportation?
If you want to talk to somebody over at DCPS about doing that for us, that would be great. But they are not. You know, we are 1 mile away, and we're very grateful to not be going across the entire city. So I just want to say that to start with. But as I understand it, the policy is anything over 1 mile, you get a bus, and everything under 1 mile, you don't get a bus. And we are at 1 mile. And so DCPS has said we do not get a bus, even though obviously there are many people in our boundary that will be over 1 mile away. So I think a bus would be a big help. We did a survey recently, and about half of the students said they would use a bus every single day to get to the swing space. And we are very concerned that not having a bus is going to even further exacerbate this issue for us.
And on the same point as hers, Howard is going to be going under a lot of construction, which is right by, I'm in the construction industry in general, which is right by the swing space. So it's going to make traffic patterns a nightmare for those that will drive. So the bus would help reduce that. And there's not really any good city bus options between the two that run with any frequency.
And where are you swinging to?
We're swinging to the old Washington Metropolitan Building. It's currently being used. It was a high school. It's over 300 Bryant. It's like an open air drug market now, but it's also was used by Howard University for the last 2 years. So it has to be retrofitted back to being able to be used for elementary school.
Councilmember Allen, do you have questions?
That was a lot there. Seton, I'm excited about the modernization because Seton used to be in Ward 6 before redistricting.
Mm-hmm.
And so I remember working with and appreciate the chairman, us seeing the growth happening at Seton and then working to get it into the CIP. So I'm glad that we're kind of getting to this stage, even though now Seton's in Ward 2. Just a little history there. I'm excited that it's coming, right?
Thank you for coming to our bike ride.
I love that bike ride, absolutely. But one of the things I heard also repeatedly from families, and we are not going to go back and pull off the scab from the Banneker High School conversations, but was around the lack of a really great middle school option. And so that couldn't happen fast enough so that families that live in Shaw, live in the Instruction Circle, live in this community, see a pathway for their kid all the way through. So it's taken longer than I wanted, but I'm glad to see these things coming in place. But for all the reasons you talked about, the stability of making sure we have the funding so that that school community that is a vibrant and growing and wonderful community, they just know, again, it's kind of my theme of my questions, but like, I just want to take that worry, that anxiety, and that risk of losing the people that actually make this community be what it is, take it off the table. Let's just make sure that we are maintaining, hold harmless, that school budget so that you've got the resources you need. And again, I know I'm going to hear from DCPS partners that say, listen, we use our stabilization fund as a way to help make that happen. And I appreciate that. I think there's a value to having that stabilization fund where they can meet needs that pop up and be able to move things around. There's not a lot of transparency around it. And why do I need to rely on that? Why can't I just say, we're going to make sure you're held harmless. We're going to make sure the school sees no decrease, even if you see that dip in enrollment, which happens in almost every swing space. Let's take that off the table, because you're going to spend an incredible amount of your energy, time, and thoughts trying to figure out how to navigate all of this. And I will say, and maybe it's because Ward 6 modernizations tend to always be more than a mile away for their swing space. I don't know why we wouldn't provide a bus. That transportation connection is really crucial for a lot of families that don't have a lot of other options, or for multiple siblings would have other drop-offs. And for any working family, it becomes incredibly hard if we don't provide that transportation. So to the extent that I can help support and advocate for that, I certainly will, because I think it makes a big difference in managing through that swing space. So I guess I don't have any other questions, but I just really appreciate it.
Thank you. You will be hearing from me on that, I guess.
I also have another comment on that same line, listening to all the schools that had to go so much further. I think that during the swing space, not only should there be the busing, but there should be extended before and after care, because it is going to be harder for the parents to get there. And we're all already rushing to and from work to get our full workday in. So there should be some more leniency on that. And if there's extra funding because of the school number dropping, maybe that's somewhere where they can use the staff to help supplement, because that would take away another hardship. And as the school's argument for that they're using that fund to try to do the stabilization and to keep this, as a parent, other than through these types of scenarios, I didn't know that. So I wouldn't take that into consideration when I'm looking, do I move, do I not move?
Yeah, and I also just want to add, just because we're here, we are so very grateful for the funding for the Center City Middle School. It's completely changed the entire calculus for families at Garrison, Seton, and Cleveland, and those who live, in the Shaw neighborhood in downtown. So we don't get to say thank you for things that often, but I mean, it's really been a life-changing decision by the city council.
Thanks.
Great. Yes, I remember the scab. Thank you all very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
We are going to turn now to the government witness, which is Dr. Patrick Ashley, Deputy Chancellor, Finance and Operations at the DC Public Schools. What? I don't know, but I don't think I want it all attached to the report. We do a report. I'm waiting for you. Don't wait for me. That's a mistake.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having us. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and members of the public. I'm Dr. Patrick Ashley, and I serve as the Deputy Chancellor for Finance and Operations at the District of Columbia Public Schools. I'm joined today by Dr. Joanna Bay, our Deputy Chancellor for Social, Emotional, and Academic Development. Thank you to everyone who testified earlier today. At DCPS, we believe in continuous improvement. So we appreciate the opportunity to hear from DC residents. In my testimony today, I will share several bright spots at DCPS, discuss our perspectives on the legislation under consideration, and recommend changes to the school's first framework. Thanks to Mayor Bowser's leadership, Washington, D.C. has continued to invest strongly in public education. In fiscal year 2026, Mayor Bowser proposed and this council approved a budget that included over $1.4 billion for DCPS. This budget funds nearly 10,000 school-based educators and staff at 117 schools, with 92 cents of every dollar being spent at the school level. While the district faces economic headwinds, Mayor Bowser's continues to prioritize public education. Since 2015, per student funding in the district has increased by 75%. These investments have led to improved results for DCPS students. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight a few indicators of progress over the last decade. Our graduation rates are climbing, with more students prepared for college and career. In 2018 and 2019 school year, 65% of DCPS students graduated from high school. In the 2023-2024 school year, the percentage increased to 77%. DC CAPE scores show encouraging gains, with a 4.4 improvement in English language arts and a 4.2% improvement in math for DCPS students this year. Enrollment has risen 17% over the last decade, with over 52,000 students attending DCPS last school year. More families are choosing DCPS for academic rigor and whole child supports. Teacher retention continues to improve, driven by better working conditions, professional development, and compensation. 9 in 10 teachers returned to teach at DCPS last year. Along with these highlights, we have leveraged capital investments to upgrade facilities, with dozens of modernizations completed over the last decade. We agree with this council's focus on prioritizing stable and fair school funding. Last year, DCPS schools saw an average of 8% increase in their budgets. In every school with flat or growing enrollment received at least a 3% increase. Only schools with major enrollment declines of greater than 10% saw budget reductions, and even then, we worked to minimize the impacts. The council is considering 2 bills that alter how DCPS allocates funding to schools, so I'd like to take this opportunity to share our perspective. The Schools First Amendment Act of 2025 would generally require school budgets to increase by at least the change in average cost of teaching positions each year. We understand the intent behind this legislation to ensure that schools with flat enrollment can afford to hire the same staff in the prior year. We agree with this intent. This is why we created the School Sustainability Fund this year, to ensure that schools had sufficient resources to hire the necessary number of classroom teachers. However, we cannot responsibly support the legislation as drafted. We are concerned about the long-term sustainability of this approach and believe other changes to Schools First must be made. I'll share a few recommendations later in my testimony. I'll now turn to the Holding School Budgets Harmless During Modernizations Amendment Act of 2025. We support the goal of ensuring stability for schools, but do not support the legislation as drafted. Currently, the Schools First framework allows reductions to the school's budget if a school's enrollment decrease is great enough to eliminate a classroom or warrant elimination of support personnel. The proposed legislation would disallow decreases if the school is or will be utilizing a swing space. With the implementation of the School Sustainability Fund, our current funding formula provides stable budgets and staffing for schools while they swing. 5 of the 6 schools in swing spaces saw budget increases this year, even when their enrollment declined. For 1 school in swing, DCPS did provide a lower allocation than last year. This was necessary because the school's enrollment decrease was large enough to require a reduction in the number of classrooms. We agree that schools with a flat enrollment should be able to hire the same staff as the prior year. However, if a school sees a large enough declines, we believe the fiscally responsible approach is to reduce the number of classroom teachers at the school and provide additional resources to growing schools where the students are moving to. While this hearing is focused on the 2 bills before you, I'd like to recommend changes to the Schools First framework more broadly. With the creation of the School Sustainability Fund, we believe that we are meeting the spirit of Schools First. We all want to see school budgets set in the spring so that principals can make retention and hiring decisions with a complete picture of their budget. Currently, DCPS cannot calculate the Schools First budget as part of the initial allocations to school. The Schools First budget calculation requires individual schools' submitted budgets to perform the calculation. As a result, Schools First funds are finalized and allocated in the summer after the budget has passed. Allocating Schools First funds after school budgets have been submitted creates instability and uncertainty about what resources will be available to schools. We recommend 3 changes that will provide clarity for school budgets. First, prioritizing growing schools for additional resources. When enrollment drops significantly, it is often because the students are moving schools. We believe that dollars should follow students. The current framework allows reductions when enrollment declines. We recommend ensuring that this flexibility extends beyond classroom teachers to include other roles, such as instructional coaches, related arts teachers, administrative aides, and social workers, as well as non-personnel resources. Each year, some schools see lower enrollment, and we expect this upcoming year to be no different. Without the ability to responsibly decrease allocations when enrollment declines, we are creating school budgets that are unsustainable for the long term. Second, preserving principal autonomy. Principals make informed decisions about who to hire based on enrollment projections. The school's first position check strictly compares total grade level projections to the ratio in the collective bargaining agreement. These grade level projections may include students not in the general education setting, like students in self-contained settings, so they may not accurately reflect the ratios that teachers experience in the classrooms. We recommend either eliminating the position check entirely or modifying it to allow for more principal autonomy over staffing decisions. For schools that see higher than projected enrollment, DCPS maintains an enrollment reserve to provide additional resources in the summer and fall. Third, reducing administrative burden. When the council allocates additional funding to schools, it does so to the nearest dollar, sometimes resulting in very small adjustments. For example, a school recently received an additional $62 for contractual services this budget cycle. These very small adjustments take staff time to implement and often to reprogram. It'd be more efficient to set a minimum threshold, perhaps $5,000, at which adjustments would be made. These recommendations are offered in the spirit of supporting student success, a goal I know this council shares with DCPS. DCPS introduced the School Sustainability Fund to ensure that schools can hire the appropriate number of classroom teachers. We agree about the need for stability in school budgets this year as evidence that our approach is working. By implementing these refinements that I have shared, we can ensure that school budgets are fiscally responsible and that principals have the clarity they need to make the best decisions for our students. We welcome your questions and the opportunity to continue discussing this important issue raised today, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Dr. Ashley, and I assume that Dr. Bay doesn't have a statement. Just here to answer questions if there are any for her. I'm going to turn first to Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Ashley, good to see you, and thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to limit my questions just to a couple of questions on the hold harmless legislation. I have a hunch the chairman's going to dig a lot deeper on it, as well as the School's First Amendment Act. So you heard the testimony, you were sitting here throughout the hearing, so you heard all the public witnesses. I always appreciate it when the executive is here to hear all those public witnesses as well. So I wanted to ask you, because it's a little unclear from the testimony, if you support the hold harmless language, if you oppose it, if you're, the way I'm kind of hearing it is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is we don't really think it's needed because we kind of take care of this already through the School Sustainability Fund. How should I hear what you're saying? Because I'll be honest, it kind of left me not quite sure what the position is.
Sure. No, and we appreciate the opportunity to hear the testimony, and many of the individuals that testified today, we've also heard from directly and appreciate that engagement. With regards to the actual language of the bill, you're correct. We don't believe that it's necessary. I think it's important to understand too, and there might have been some confusion about the School Sustainability Fund, in that that's not a separate pot of money. That's as part of our calculations that we go out. So it's not something that schools that we ask for requests from. It's not something that schools make requests to. It's something that as we think about budgets, we want to make sure that we're promoting stability, which is something that we have a shared goal here. And that we do think that generally we don't want to see large changes. And we also see that within our swing spaces that we're not seeing large fluctuations, which wouldn't make it required.
Okay. So I think there's value in having that type of funding where DCPS, over the course of a school year, you have thousands of challenges thrown at you. And so having some flexibility, I think, does make sense. What I also have experienced, though, in working with these school communities that have gone through these modernizations is without the certainty that with I'm going to use modest because I also want to spend a second talking about Tubman, but I'm going to call it just there will be a modest enrollment dip, somewhat expected that we may see, especially for elementary schools. You might see that in the 4th and 5th grade in particular, that it has the risk of dropping a budget down from an enrollment perspective such that maybe there's one less classroom, maybe it's one less teacher. But we all know and believe that when we come back to this new modernized facility, which we put a lot of time and energy, and we do a really good job with those, we're going to see the enrollment come back up and actually probably go above where it was. So the sheer amount of energy we are spending on something that you're kind of telling us, guys, we're going to take care of it, right? I think the intent behind the legislation is to say, like, let's just take that off the table. If you're telling me, listen, we want to have stability in that budget, which I believe you do, we've got a tool that we think is going to be used for that. I think being able to have that just within our law and our budget, so we can just take that concern off the table, because there's going to be 25 other things the school communities have to spend their time on navigating. I think there's a lot of value in that. And so, since the name is Hold Harmless, if you're telling me we're going to get this covered through the sustainability fund, then what's the harm in passing this?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple things just to react to that. One, it's very important for us to dollars to follow the student, right? And as we think about a finite world in which that, we all exist in, that there are budget limits, is that we want to make sure the budgets are following the students where they're going. There's also a number of inputs into any sort of budget projections, right, that we can't totally calculate. And when we get our hands bound by, legislation that says you must do this very specific thing, there's a number of factors here that we can't see today that we might not be able to project. And so one of the things that, we would rather do is to be able to have flexibility and to be able to make a commitment towards that stability, but not necessarily having something that is so prescriptive. That's what we've also seen with the Schools First and budgeting formula, is that we see that it is so prescriptive, and we have 117 schools. And we have 117 different schools, and they all have unique needs. They have different needs in their community as well. And so when we introduce things like that, it doesn't allow us the flexibility to budget appropriately as a system to be able to address those needs. And so that's part of the challenge that we have with the language as written, is that we have the same shared values. It just very much ties our hands in a way that doesn't allow to recognize that flexibility.
But how's it tie your hands if you're telling me you're going to fund it anyway?
I mean, the reality is, like, we see situations like Tubman, where, that necessitated a number of classroom reductions. Those students went to other schools.
So you would agree that the data you shared around Tubman, which is about 156 students below the enrollment, and that is not your typical
correct
enrollment decline during a modernization.
Correct.
Okay. And I can agree with you on that. I was trying to, and perhaps if we had more time to really understand why we saw that be such an outlier compared to others. And maybe we can have that conversation later too, to kind of peel back the layers there.
Yeah.
But do we expect at Tubman for them at the end of the modernization that enrollment will go back up?
Yeah, it's a great question. We see different things that happen at different schools. The long-term projections for Tubman, it has actually dropped, and I believe, I'm trying to find it, we actually don't think that it's going to jump back up to what we're actually building the building for. We think that we'll see a modest increase, but we don't think that we'll see that overnight, where there's going to be hundreds of more students that are showing up based on those projections.
Okay. So what I'm hearing you say is, for the standard modernization, and I use that term loosely, but
Sure.
For what your typical, maybe I'll say it this way, your typical experience of a modernization in a swing space, I'm hearing you say, don't get too worried about it. We're going to use our stabilization fund or sustainability fund to be able to help make sure those budgets don't go down. But we really want to not get locked in for when we have an outlier example, which and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You're kind of describing Tubman as a bit of an outlier example.
That's correct.
Is that
Yes,
fair?
and I think the challenge is, right, like, we would come before this council as part of budget oversight hearing, and the council would point back the law and say, it says right here you can't reduce them, period, end of conversation. And it doesn't take into account the fact that they're all unique schools and they all have unique needs. We also do we might be making changes as part of a modernization, where we might be changing the programming of a school as well, or the school may be making changes at the same time. We see overall, as part of the school sustainability fund, is that they have the stability that you're asking for.
Okay. What you're describing, and then what I experience in all of these schools as they head into a modernization, just don't track. And again, I've known you for a very long time. I trust what you're saying of, hey, we want to make sure we provide that sustainability. So there's no doubt in my mind around that. But the reality of what I'm hearing from school communities when they're going through this is a lack of confidence. I have educators and teachers that aren't sure if they're going to have the funds they need. I have school communities unclear if they're going to be able to fund this. We heard Ms. Dupree, for example, talking about J.O. Wilson, and gosh, we have this really important program, and if the school budget drops, like that helps. That's the glue that helps keep a lot of things together, right? So as we kind of do our takeaways from this hearing, I feel like I heard, whether it was a school that is looking a year or two out, and they are concerned and they're spending a lot of their time around this issue. A school that's in a modernization right now and how much time they just spend, the anxiety and concerns are very real, and they don't line up with what I do believe you're trying to accomplish. I think this legislation is a way to do that. I also can understand, though, you are concerned for if you believe there's going to be an outlier example, that somehow you don't have the flexibility necessary for an outlier.
That's correct.
And there may be valid reasons for why a very different experience happens. It's not typical. So I'm happy to work with you and work with the chairman to see if there is a path forward that recognizes there may at times be a unique experience that you want to have a little bit of flexibility around. But I believe that if we pass this, we are going to be giving our schools a lot more confidence to do what you claim you're doing already, right? And so that to me is what I think we can accomplish with this, is to make sure that our school communities that are facing modernization, that are planning for it and spending a lot of time and energy, we can give them the confidence. I think that will actually translate into more families sticking with that modernization and swing space. I think it'll help our educators and teachers know that they've got the assurances that they're just not going to be gone. And then on the back end, once they get back into the school, we've maintained those relationships and those educators and school communities, so we're stronger headed back into it. So I'm happy to keep working with you on that. I hear kind of what that concern is, I think. And I appreciate the chairman kind of creating the space where we could have this conversation and hear from so many different schools about this, so we can try to figure out the path forward. But I think the legislation needs to pass. Happy to work with you if you think there's a little bit of wiggle room you might need in there. But I think it gives the school communities a lot more confidence they need.
Yeah, understood. And again, we have shared goals of increasing the transparency of our process. It's one of the reasons we've made a lot of changes to the way in which that we share information. I think at the end of the day, right, we want to make sure that we have the flexibility to recognize that we have a system and not 117 individual schools, and that we need the resources to be able to follow the students at the end of the day in a world of finite resources. And so again, appreciate the opportunity to continue the conversation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. So I'm going to follow up on swing space, even though I want to ask about the other. I'm not getting how big a problem this is. So let's take Tubman. So Tubman's an outlier, but under the school's first formula, you were able to reduce funding for Tubman because their enrollment dropped so much.
That's correct.
And it wasn't just enrollment drop, but it dropped so much that clearly they didn't need the same number of classrooms, the same number of teachers.
That's correct.
So if we follow schools first, that would not be an issue for Tubman.
Correct. Tubman did not receive any money under Schools First in budgeting.
Yes. But I'm looking at the other schools. So just in, we're not talking about a large number of schools. So we're not talking about a large amount of money.
Correct.
Put Tubman aside, that's a lot of money. But the other schools, we're not talking about a lot of money. So what is the harm in keeping them stable?
So, I mean, again, like we're looking for the flexibility and that there are unique circumstances. I think the reality that we'll see is that, say, for example, with Tubman, is that those $1.2 million of resources were held harmless, and that we do move them back into another building. You know, we then bake those in under Schools First and budgeting, and that if we don't see additional enrollment, then we will never be able to remove those, and that continues to bake in. And that's one of our challenges with Schools First and budgeting, is it continues to bake in decisions that are made year to year and then hold them forever or more. We have a very hard time to make the adjustments within our funding for schools to recognizing that things are changing, students are moving, and so we won't be able to make those adjustments across the system.
If we adopt the hold harmless bill.
Correct. And broadly, generally, you know, again, Schools First and budgeting does bake in decisions that are made year to year, with only allowing for adjustments based on classrooms. But when we do make programmatic decisions, changes within across the portfolio, or for example, with some of our examples that we've discussed with your staff this year, when we change an education campus to just be a single school, to be a high school, we can't actually make those changes. Or when we're making purposeful changes, it's baked in under Schools First and budgeting.
If you change an educational campus to just a regular school, there would be fewer classes, wouldn't there be?
There would, but you have all the additional funding that's not allowed to be reduced under schools first in budgeting. The only thing that's allowed to be reduced under schools first in budgeting is classroom-based teachers. You have all of the additional staff, you have all of the additional non-personnel resources that gets baked in forevermore.
Yeah, I want to say that's horrible, but I mean that kind of sarcastically. So I'm thinking of, I mean, I don't know of any schools that say that they have too much money. So if they get baked in with a little bit more money, and we're probably talking about in the tens of thousands of dollars.
So not necessarily. We're talking about some schools with $1.2 million worth of resources as well. And so the reality is, right, we want the money to follow the students based on where the need is. And when we just arbitrarily add money, it's not necessarily addressing the need. It's addressing the fact that those students used to be there and now they're no longer there. And so they're getting funded more than where those students actually went to. And those needs that where the school went to, they're not getting that funding.
Well, I don't want to get into this argument, but I've over the years looking at individual schools and enrollment, I don't see where dollars are actually following the students. I just don't see that. But I do see schools that need resources. So can you give me an example of where the programs have changed substantially, but the dollars have not been able to be reduced?
So, for example, Jackson Reed, there's been some intentional reductions of enrollment at Jackson Reed as we're proud to bring on MacArthur. And so Jackson Reed gets more funding per student than the resources that would be given to MacArthur under that circumstance. And so that's an intentional decision that we've made to shift enrollment from one school to another school.
Sure. Can you give me another example?
Trying to think off the top of my head.
Because I think Jackson Reed's also an outlier.
I think Blue Stay virtual, as well as we've moved programming around and consolidated our virtual programmings. We've also got education campuses, Cardozo, as we phase out Cardozo, moving to the new Center City Middle School is another one where, again, we'll continue to bake in resources there. When we look at schools versus Tubman versus a school of similar size like Brent, and we look at their dollars per student, even with reductions, right, we see very different amounts of funding that continue to get baked in, right? And as those students move around the system, we have to be nimble to be able to address those needs. And again, in a world of finite resources, you know, it'd be great if we could continue just to add money in the escalator that the DC Policy Center was talking about. But the reality is, like, as we're navigating a system of needs, we have to follow those students.
I wrote down 3 schools: Jackson Reed, Blue Stay, and Cardozo. Was there another school?
Dunbar, which is one that we brought up, right? Dunbar reduced in enrollment significantly. They continue to get 1.2 million, I think it's $1.2 million this year of funding, right? And those students that left went somewhere within the system. And so those dollars don't follow the school.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because why is Dunbar losing enrollment? And I'm saying that rhetorically. If we want Dunbar's enrollment to stabilize or to grow, then we're going to have to put more resources into that school. So if we simply follow a per pupil approach, which, as I said, we don't exactly, but if just argue to for the sake of argument, if we continue to reduce it, then it's going to be a less and less attractive school.
Sure.
So I think that's an argument for maintaining funding.
I think the challenge is, Chairman, is that when it's dollar for dollar, right? Again, we have finite resources within our budget and across the city, right? There are finite resources. And so those dollars for dollars, if you say for every dollar you lose, you should keep it, that means that there has to be another dollar that's following that student to be able to address their needs at the other school to make sure we're providing quality education there. So we don't disagree, right? We want Dunbar, we want all of our schools to continue to grow, and we want them to be successful. And so one of the things that we've always asked for is flexibility in our funding model to make sure that, you know, we don't necessarily agree that, you know, they should be taken away at one student for one student, because there are resources that are needed, and there's a critical mass of resources that are needed at every single school. And so we want to make sure there's enough funding to be able to cover that. That's one of the reasons that we introduced the school sustainability fund, was making sure that we are addressing the needs of the teachers to make sure there's enough teachers within the classrooms, which is where the education happens as well. And so we've continued to think about ways that we can do that. Again, we have shared goals here in terms of this, the stability of our
Sure,
schools.
but what's the difference between the sustainability fund, which sounds like it's a new fund, and the enrollment reserve?
Yeah, so the sustainability fund is calculated as part of budget allocations, right? And that's a check that
I don't know
happens.
what that means.
So when we look at how much money that a school should have when we go out and give them their initial budget projections, we're calculating, what the allocation is based on our needs-based formula. But then we also look at how many teachers they might need in the same spirit as Schools First and promoting stability. And so we then add on additional money. You can think about it, before there was a hold harmless 5% rule. It's just a different way of saying that. Enrollment reserve comes later, and enrollment reserve is a process in which that after budget development.
So the sustainability fund is during the budget process.
Correct. It's before the school ever gets their allocation.
So what's the difference between that and whatever it was called with the chancellor's discretion, the chancellor's, I can't remember what it was called. The schools got their initial allocations, and then they appealed to the chancellor, and the chancellor had some funds and he could make adjustments.
Yeah,
What's
so
the difference
that's-
between that and the sustainability fund?
Yeah, it's a great question.
All my questions are great
I
questions. Thank you.
I will give you that one, Chairman. So that's what we refer to as budget assistance, and that's after a school gets their. So let's budgets are calculated. We go out to the schools with an amount of money. As part of that initial step in calculating their amount of money that they get, we also calculate the school sustainability fund, which is an add-on to make sure that they have enough money to be able to address all their needs in the same spirit as Schools First. Budget assistance is after a school gets their budget and they do their budget exercise, they work with their LSAT, they say, I just don't have enough money because I have this specific programming at my school, I need additional money. And so that's budget assistance to make sure, again, that we can't calculate everything with the formula. So budget assistance allows them to say, here's what we need. Enrollment reserve comes after the process and is happening right now, and that's after school starts, or really after school ends. They start seeing who is enrolling for the next year, and they say, I thought that I was going to have 3 classrooms of 4th graders, but my enrollment actually says that I have 4 classrooms of 4th graders. Enrollment reserve provides funding to be able to say, you actually do need a 4th grade teacher, and we don't want you to be over your CBA ratios. So here's enough money to be able to say, here's a 4th grade teacher. If we didn't provide enrollment reserve, they would have to move money around within their budgets and have mid-year layoffs or be able to reduce their non-personnel services funds. So it provides them that opportunity.
If I remember correctly, the mayor's proposed budget didn't have any money in the enrollment reserve, and we added some, am I right?
So there was there's a little bit of some challenges with the way in which that there were some policy decisions that were made. There's 2.0 by the
executive,
by the office of I can't remember exactly where it happened.
Not by the council.
Yes, not by the council. And so there was 0.8 million in there. And then also as part of those policy recommendations, it recognized that there was $2.8 million there. We're finalizing that process right now for enrollment reserve.
The council added to the enrollment reserve.
The council did add some fundings to the enrollment reserve. That's correct.
It was 0.8 when we got it, and what is it now?
Between the budget and all of it, it's $2.8 million.
Okay. Councilmember Fruman has come back. Do you want to take a stab at things?
Sure, that would be great. Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. First on the swing space issue, how many schools are affected by this? How many schools are you expecting to move into swing space in school year 26-27?
26-27, we have Brent in swing space.
In it now, but or going into it.
I'm just going to give you the whole list. We've got Brent, Seton, Whittier, Burroughs, Chisholm, Ketchum, Burrville. So I think we typically have about 5 or 6 or so at any given time.
That move into.
Oh, that move into, let's see.
Because that's where this would click, right? Because it would be hold harmless when they move from being in their current location into swing space. How many schools are we talking about next
It's
year?
an interesting point. If you give me a second, one of the things that I think is a common misperception is the way in which that we do enrollment projections, right? So we don't actually look at swing space as part of the enrollment projections. And so really, when we're thinking about the first year of a swing, we're really looking at what their enrollment was the previous year based on growth. And so really the only thing that this bill is purporting to fix would be the second year. Because when we think about enrollment projections, we're not really thinking about that as part of that first year of construction. If there's some changes, we know that there might be some changes carried on. So you're really thinking about fixing for the second year of construction and the third year moving back in more than the first year.
Well, I guess I still am stuck on who's going to be entering this world, because for a school that would be in their second year, would the application of the law be to snap them back, not to their budget for the previous year, but for 2 years earlier? Does it do that? Or is it just saying, as a school moves into swing space, their budget needs to be preserved?
Yeah, I'm not 100% familiar with the exact text. And so we'd have to go back and look at that. We do have 7 schools that are entering swing space next year.
7 schools.
7 schools.
So it would affect 7 schools.
It would, but again, that is baked in already as part of their enrollment projections, and so we don't really take into account the fact that they're swinging.
Well, I actually want you to, because and it may well be that your projections, like history is such that when folks move into swing space, there is an erosion in the enrollment, and that's a thing that we would want to combat.
Yep.
I do think, I mean, the idea that there may be an inevitable erosion, but that you want to maintain stability has traction for me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I want it to be in the law, but I want it to be in your priorities.
Yeah.
That when a school moves into swing space, you want to protect them unless there's some really dramatic reason why you would not, because the whole idea is to maintain as much stability in an unstable period. But do you do that?
We do. Again, that's as part of the school sustainability fund. And I'm glad you bring it up. There is a common misperception that if you're swinging, you're going to lose enrollment. It's very, it depends on the school population, but what we don't see is actually dramatic swings like what we saw at Tubman. Generally, we may see some fluctuation. We even see sometimes in 2 schools recently, which was Brown and Adams, that actually went up during their swing. And then we see some slight fluctuations, but we also see slight fluctuations in all of our schools every year. And so we don't necessarily, to my earlier point, we're not going to penalize a school for enrollment that hasn't happened yet, right? And so when we're thinking about projections, we're thinking about sustainability and stability as well. And so again, it's a shared goal of ours.
All right, so I hear you, and you know I don't like formulas, but on this one, I really feel like it's much ado about nothing, because it sounds like you want to do this. And I think everybody, if a school is about to go through this process of a major new investment that requires a swing, its future is going to be brighter. And so maintaining stability through that period does seem like in everyone's interest.
Yes.
I get it. You don't want it to be in the DC code, but there's to me, I see little harm in it being in the DC code about 7 schools in a year to have that as a priority. Just offer that.
Sure.
In your testimony, you talked about prioritizing schools that are growing.
Mm-hmm.
And I hear you on that, except, I mean, it's which are your favorite children? The schools that are losing enrollment actually may be crying out for additional support. So to prioritize the ones that are growing, great, but we also need to be figuring out ways to light up the schools that are not growing. How are you thinking about that in your budget process?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't think you were here for the dialogue back between the chairman and I, but again, we think about he asked about Dunbar specifically. and some of the loss of enrollment there, right? First, I think it's important as part of the testimony, right, of the schools that are growing, is those students are going somewhere, right? And so those resources are needed somewhere to address their needs. Second, and also important, is also making sure that we continue to make sure that we're building programs that continue to attract schools. And so, again, that's why we're thinking about the school sustainability fund and making sure that we're promoting stability there and that we're not seeing large swings in teachers, even if that means that classroom sizes are going down, right? We know that that's something that's of interest to our families. We're also thinking about, from the programmatic aspect, and I don't know if Dr. Bay would want to cover any of this, is like, how do we continue to invest in schools, and like what programmatic changes are we making there so that it continues to attract individuals?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ashley. Yeah, just to piggyback off of that, if we use Dunbar as an example, just 2 years ago, they were at about 984 students. They've, declined over the last 2 years, but we've been able to maintain programming at Dunbar, even in spite of the changes in enrollment. And so we're confident. They have a new school leader this year. We're confident with her expertise and what she is doing to continue the programming at the school, that we will see that school continue to transition in a more positive direction as it relates to enrollment.
So I hear you on that. And, the two big ones, and you talk about this in your testimony, I mean, it's again, it almost feels like much ado about nothing. The vast majority of the changes from Schools First was to add one position or fewer dollars. And so whether that should be done through a formula, through your judgment on that kind of thing, through your judgment with an explanation for why it is you made a reduction off of what Schools First would have called for, we're in most places we're talking about a little. At Jackson Reed, which you saw half of what was at issue at Dunbar, and at Jackson Reed, I am in very close contact with that community and have not heard a single complaint in terms of class sizes. I don't know what, when you do it on paper in the abstract, what it shows, but when I talk to the principal and ask him what our class sizes look like, the class sizes are fine. The LSAT signed off on where things were. I didn't see the need for 6, 7 new positions there. I'm not as familiar with Dunbar. $1.4 million over, how is that money being used?
Yeah, before Dr. Bay answers that question, I think it's important to your point. I just want to say that, again, this is somewhere where we agree on, is like, you can't use a formula for all of this, right? And that's why we have things like the enrollment reserve budget assistance, but also some discretion as well. And the reality of like what the formula says doesn't necessarily take into account all of the different factors at a school that we're seeing. So I really appreciate you bringing up that point. And that's something that we try to take into account as we're thinking about dollars following the students, also about the different types of needs that those students might have. So.
Yeah, in terms of how Dunbar used those funds, they used quite a bit of those funds in non-personnel. So they didn't bring on additional teachers. They had an in-school suspension coordinator, an attendance coordinator, counselor, as well as a custodian. The majority of the funds they're using to pilot a new way to incentivize attendance with students. And so we'll have more information as they are building out what that model looks like. But a substantial amount was used in that area because the school did not need to add additional teachers. There wasn't any pressures there as it relates to the needs of students in terms of class sizes. And so where the funds actually went was predominantly in non-personnel spending.
Well, that's intriguing. Is this a thing that I just read about in the paper where there might be, no, so that was at a charter school, but is it something like that? How much money is being spent on this?
A pretty substantial amount in terms of, so yes, there is a charter who is exploring something similar. A little over 700,000.
Is being used, and is that financial incentives for students to attend school?
Correct.
I mean, interesting. I'm all for it, but whether or not that a formula from us should generate the dollars for that potentially at the expense of something else. Open question. Well, I am used up my time, but I'll come back for another round.
Well, but I'm going to follow up on that. So I believe in principal autonomy, and principals may make bad decisions, and we need to hold principals accountable. Without principal autonomy, we don't hold principals accountable. They don't get to make decisions, and they don't get to be as creative. I think there's kind of a little bit, that sounds a little schizophrenic to me. So attendance is a problem. Long pause. Attendance is a problem. And I don't know what the attendance figures are at Dunbar at the moment, but if it's a significant problem, then I say great that the principal wants to address that. I may not agree with what his approach is, but then again, I think the school system, like the central office, like you guys or the chancellor, have the ability to say to the chancellor, this is a little wacky, don't spend your money this way. But if Dunbar's struggling with attendance, or maybe the school's first money is going to counselors for social emotional, because I know that Dunbar's had some issues with violence. So if there's some resources going there, I mean, there's a reason why the enrollment has declined at Dunbar. What are we doing to turn that around? Are there fewer students in the system? I don't think so. To borrow what Dr. Ashley's been saying, the students are going somewhere, maybe, but we'll just go there. That yes, the students are going somewhere. Well, what can we do to get the students back to Dunbar or to get the rest of the students to stop going somewhere? It's going to take resources. And so if we're reducing their budget because their enrollment has gone down, well, again, Schools First allows for the budget to be reduced if the enrollment goes down. I get what you're saying about Schools First speaks of teacher positions and not other positions, but I know because we've got lots of testimony about the need for more social emotional counselors at schools. So, and those are not teachers. So I don't think it's a horrible thing if the principal decides that there needs to be more of that kind of support for students at the school.
Yeah, Chairman, I don't think that's what we said. I think, again, as we're thinking about those same students at Dunbar that left and went somewhere else, they also have those same needs for those types of counselors and other support positions at other schools.
Well, maybe
that may not
not.
be funded at the same level as the other schools.
Maybe not, because schools are communities and there may be more of a community, what do I want to say, more of, there may be more crew issues at Dunbar than there are at another school.
And as those students move, those issues move with them. Again,
Not necessarily.
You're not wrong. However, we do see that the needs of students follow the students, right? And yes, there may be interpersonal things that happen at individual schools, but we also know that individuals also have needs that have to be addressed. And so again, we're not advocating to take away $1 for every dollar, because we do recognize there has to be continued supports to grow schools. So I don't want you to mishear us.
But I'm thinking about, so I'm not just talking about DCPS when you've been there, Dr. Ashley, because you've only been there a couple of years. And I've seen a lot of improvements since you've been there. But I'm reflecting on the fact that the budget 2 years ago, I think it was 85% of schools lost either budget or buying power. That was destabilizing to them. And DCPS was fine with that. And a couple years before that, like 2/3 of the schools east of the river had their budgets cut. I don't think that's fine. And that's the approach when we don't have a formula. So the way Schools First is set up is, yes, it's a formula, but it also allows the chancellor to add to schools. So there can be more resources. So if all those kids leaving Dunbar truly need the social emotional counseling that Dunbar needs, the chancellor has the ability to increase the funding where they're going. I don't quite believe it, but what I do see is that without a formula, with just approaches like we're going to have a sustainability fund, that we then get into these arbitrary budgeting decisions that lead to 85 schools having a loss of buying power, or 2/3 of the schools east of the river having their budgets cut. And that's not acceptable.
Sure. And again, with respect, we're looking forward and continuing to think about how that we promote stability. And again, we don't disagree that, some sort of framework is important. And we've always had a formula as we work collaboratively with the council. Again, we had the best budget year. I think it's important to say it. We had the best budget year last year. We heard virtually nothing from our school
Last year,
communities.
meaning this year.
This year that's
Yes,
happening
the
right now.
budget that you were instrumental in crafting.
But again, as we look forward to that, right, and that's what we need the flexibility to be able to do. And so again, we have the same shared goals of you and making sure that our schools are successful.
So let me go back to swings, the swing issue. One of the factors that seems to influence enrollment when a school swings is the distance from the school and whether DCPS provides assistance such as transportation. And I think there's a correlation between the lack of transportation and drop of in enrollment, and also a correlation between distance to the swing space and drop in enrollment. Would you disagree with me on that?
Well, I come from a data world, so without data, I wouldn't necessarily make a correlation. But I mean, it is something that we do consider. It's something that we would have to do a little bit more analysis to understand our past history. Again, we're very successful with our modernizations in terms of engaging with the community about what their needs are. Again, in a world of finite resources, every community is different, and so we try to balance those needs. We often sometimes see in communities that advocate for buses that those buses aren't well utilized. In some communities like Brent, that's happening right now, the buses are very well utilized. We try to balance all that with what the needs are of the community, what they can support. With regard to Seton, right, which was one of the things that was brought up about busing, it is exactly at a mile. It's something that we're looking at. It also has to do with the balance of the community, right? Seton doesn't exist as an isolated island within the Shaw community, whether or not they can even support 7 to 8 buses and what the impact is on the surrounding community. Those are all things that we take into account as we're thinking about our swing space process.
So then what process is DCPS following or utilizing to minimize the drop in enrollment, let's say at Tubman?
Yeah, so again, Tubman is an outlier.
So that was unfair for me.
That was unfair, yes.
Okay, so I'm looking at, unfortunately, the table that I have in front of me is of completions, but like Truesdale, which lost 59 students between enrollment pre-swing and enrollment immediately past swing.
Yeah, again, we see changes in enrollment at all of our schools.
So, yeah, I got that. But so what focus, what is DCPS doing to minimize enrollment drops, such as at Truesdale?
Yeah, I don't know if I can cite anything specifically that comes to mind. Enrollment is a priority for all of our schools. It's about the school connection with the students, making sure that we're continuing to follow up with them to make sure that we're providing supports and communication.
Okay, but so it seems to me we kind of have a choice here. We have a choice. We could do nothing. The council do nothing. We could adopt Councilmember Allen's bill. You don't like Councilmember Allen's bill. DCPS could instead focus on strategies to keep these swing schools whole in terms of their enrollment.
Sure.
And I'm not hearing anything there.
Yeah, I think it's a great redirection here. Is again, we engage with the school community about what their needs are. Again, with Seton, it's something that we're exploring because it's something we heard as part of this bus needs, and so understanding how that we can support them with the resources that we have as we think about the capital improvement plan is something that we want to make sure that we're doing and supporting all of our schools, not just the ones that are swinging, about how that we promote enrollment across the entire system.
My takeaway is 3 choices: do nothing, Councilmember Allen's bill, or a menu of strategies that DCPS is implementing that maintain enrollment.
Yeah, and again, I think, we do provide buses. We do lean in on making sure that the students have the supports that they need to be able to get to and from school and make sure they understand what that swing process would look like. But I agree, we can certainly look at what those menu of choices would be, and how that we lean in to make sure that we're continuing to support those schools.
That was my 10 minutes. I get a fast clock. I don't know why. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much. I often say this, that I hope I don't take my whole 10 minutes, and then I do. But so one of the things, you have your $5,000 cutoff, and that you're proposing that even if there's Schools First, if the amount of money that would be delivered through Schools First is below $5,000, I think you're saying don't do it, because the nuisance of doing all the paperwork it's not worth the candle. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're necessarily advocating up or down or the rounding rule specifically. The reality is that a school's not going to do anything productive necessarily with $62 when we think about the amount of time that the principal is going to have to take to budget that money and think about what that is, OCFO doing that work. And the reality is, like, whether or not that we're rounding up or rounding down, we want to make sure that the juice is worth the squeeze when we're thinking about changing budgets. And that's one of the feedback that we get from folks, and why that we would love to be able to calculate Schools First and budgeting in advance of budget development, is that changing budgets after you've already thought about your first budget is super disruptive. And making small adjustments in your budget is really cumbersome. And so we don't want to be making changes once we go out with the budget. We want to be able to stick with that budget.
I mean, how do we do that in partnership, working to develop the budgets consistent with Schools First before you release your school budgets? Is there a way for us to be working constructively on that, and where your numbers might deviate from Schools First, you being in a position to give us a very clear explanation for why you think that's justified?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you had a chance to see the testimony we submitted, but we lay out a couple of proposals there. I think the largest barrier towards us being able to calculate Schools First in budgeting is the position check. And that requires that the chairmans and the budget team go through and understand, are there enough teachers? We already do that work. And so the reality is, like, we can't calculate the final amount until after a school has made their budgeting decisions. We very much respect principal autonomy. And so they're going to make certain changes and certain decisions, but that means that we actually can't calculate that until after the budgets come back. And so the number one thing that we would say is, like, removing that position check. We already have CBA mandated ratios, and we make sure that those are followed as well. So it's really not a necessary step, and it's a barrier, and it makes us go back and forth and say, well, you're not following Schools First in budgeting. The reality is we can't calculate it.
Yeah, and I guess this goes to one of the things that I feel like I've observed, which is if a school chooses to fill a position outside of the general teacher position and creates a shortage in the general teacher position, that can result in a Schools First grant.
It could.
Whereas if that same school had said, no, we need this teacher, and so we won't fund this other position, then the other position wouldn't be funded through Schools First. So how would it work where you could work with the committee? I mean, if you didn't have to do a position check, could you come into the committee and tell us how what you're proposing compared to what Schools First would generate?
Sure. Again, we have a lot of rules in the way that we think about ratios for teachers. And so the implementation of those already make sure that we're meeting the spirit of Schools First in budgeting and make sure that there are enough positions. To your point, there are ways in which that budgeting can happen that can manipulate Schools First in budgeting and cause an increase that don't necessarily result in the changes that we want within the budget. And so we're making sure that there are enough teachers. That's part of the school sustainability funding methodology, is, again, looking at the allocation that they would receive based on the dollars that follow the students, but again, looking at what they're actually budgeting for within their classroom. The other thing to mention is that Schools First and budgeting is incredibly hard to implement outside of the primary grades because it's very simple, right? You have a classroom and a fourth grade teachers that has 12 students in it, right? That's very concrete. The reality of what we see within our secondary schools is that we have subject-based teaching. And so that it's very hard to calculate how many teachers you would actually need based on the subjects that you have. And so again, Schools First, we work with the committee to make sure that we're implementing it as well as possible. But the reality is like even the formula doesn't necessarily work in that the ways we want it to.
I want to recognize that this, as you said, and you've heard me say it many times, I've been involved in these issues for a long time. Last year's budgets were the best I have ever seen. The silence was deafening from the budgets that you guys did. And so you need to be commended for that. I do think the chairman deserves a lot of credit for that because I think the chairman has pushed you very hard and you've known he's out there and gonna make changes if this doesn't happen. And so so a lot of credit to both of you for this, but I continue to not want to see a formula but want to see cooperation and transparency. So and maybe there's a way you come in 2 weeks before or a week before you're going to release your budgets and show us what's happening in terms of buying power at every single school, and where there's a diminishment in buying power, you tell us why it is you're proposing to do that so that we understand your thinking going in and can then try to deal with that. You receptive to something like that?
I see the chairman shaking a head nod, so I hope he is as well. I mean, I think we are very much.
I was actually nodding hello to somebody.
Well, listen, I'm going to project for you. But again, we've really tried to increase transparency in the way in which that we support schools. I mean, the reality is you're correct, right? We had a great budget year thanks to the mayor's support where that we were able to provide resources. In fact, like when we think about Schools First and budgeting, even though that there was some Schools First budgeting that was add-on, right? We budgeted $20 million more than what Schools First and budgeting actually required, period. The reality is like it was just allocated slightly different. And the reason it was allocated slightly different was the way in which that we think about student needs. And so I think you are spot on is that there are reasons in which that we budget that we're happy to have those conversations to provide transparency to the council and also continue to provide more transparency to the public as much as possible. So we'd love to continue those conversations about how we improve that process and recognize that we have 117 different schools.
All right. Well, this is the spirit that I've tried to bring last year through this school budget, working together, starting early to get to where we have another successful round of budgets. I think that's my compass point. I do worry about that the final decision that's made is from a formula as opposed to a person's judgment. And the way in which this works is the final step is a formula. Having a formula to be a guide for judgment makes a ton of sense, but it shouldn't be the final step. There has to be transparency about why those decisions were made. And the earlier that kind of perspective is shared, the better off we are to avoid a conflict at the end of the budget process. So let's try to stay together.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I think Councilmember Fruman went over this, but I didn't follow, so I'm going to. In your statement, Dr. Ashley, you say, currently DCPS cannot calculate the Schools First budget as part of initial allocations to schools. The Schools First budget calculation requires individual schools submitted budgets. As a result, Schools First funds are finalized and allocated in the summer after the budget has passed. I don't understand any of that.
So principal autonomy is important to you, correct?
Correct.
So when we give a school a budget, we allow them a great deal of flexibility in terms of the teachers that they're going to budget for, their co-teaching model that they might have, different sort of, we've got Montessori education, we've got a number of different models throughout the system where, principals are going to make decisions about how many classroom teachers are they going to allocate. The reality is the position check can only happen after the principal decides what their staffing allocation looks like in the school. So the only way that we could do the position check before doing schools first and budgeting is to implement very prescriptive rules that say, this is what you're going to budget for with regards to teachers. And we both have shared values regarding principal autonomy. We want our schools to be able to make the budgeting decisions. And so the reality is we can't do that position check until after the principal makes the decision in collaboration with their LSAT, what they're going to budget at their school.
Well, for starters, I'm not sure I agree that principals have that much autonomy. They're given a whole lot of I'm going to say conditions on which they structure their budget, a whole lot. And then on top of that, there is the WTU contract that says what the ratio should be. So it's not like the principal can say, well, I'm just going to have one reading teacher for 40 elementary school kids.
Sure. So as we've talked about with your team ad nauseum, is that we meet all those requirements. And position check still triggers where there would be under the school's first and budgeting formula an additional of a teacher or two teachers. And so that happens even though that we're meeting all of those based on the way the formula is implemented by staff. That happens every time. All of the many of the schools have that.
Still not sure I'm getting this. And it may be because I'm a legislator, but as I recall, Schools First requires that you take what the school's budget is in January.
Yep.
It's like 9 or 10 steps. So you start with the budget that they have. And then I guess you look at the enrollment projection, you see that they've lost 50 fifth graders. So maybe they don't need to have 2 science teachers or 2 fifth grade teachers, whatever. So you can deduct that, or they there hasn't been that change in enrollment. So you have the same number of teachers. There's some other factors you have to look at, but you can do all that in January.
You can do that in January after the budgets have already been turned back in by the school as it's getting prepared to be transmitted by council. And
No, because you look at the school's budget in January. The school has a $5 million budget. No change in enrollment. So then there's no change in the budget other than the escalation factor, which is the WTU contract, or I can't remember what else. The bill we have before us is the APC, average position cost.
And Chairman, I think 2 things to say here. One, again, going back to the fact that we allocated $20 million more than what Schools First and budgeting required, but there was still triggering of Schools First and budgeting. And respectfully, the council budget staff would disagree with you, and that we can calculate that. I think it would probably be productive for us to sit down with them to walk through. It sounds like there's 9 steps. It sounds very simple, but in reality, the implementation of that formula is incredibly complex. And that we've spent a lot of time with your staff and council budget staff trying to implement that. We do our best job to predict in advance because, again, we have shared goals and we don't want to be in the back and forth with council. But the reality is we can't calculate it. And so we'd welcome the opportunity to think about how that we simplify that so that it is something that we could calculate in advance.
Begin with the total amount of funds under the control and direction of the school's principal for the current school year as of January 1st of the current fiscal year. You can identify that on January 2nd, maybe even on December 30th. Exclude privately raised funds, pandemic supplement funds, federal elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, federal investment in schools funds, locally funded grants and interagency funds, district at-risk concentration supplement funds. You can do all that.
So Chairman, I don't want to get back in sort of the individual steps. We've spent more than 2 years working with your team, going through this, and we can't reliably predict. We can make our best guess. But even in talking with staff, it's not something that we're able to do until after the budget check. If you asked, if we gave your team and said, what is schools first in budgeting? Even your team cannot predict it in advance because they rely on the input from school leaders to be able to do the position check. And so the reality is your team can't do it. Our team can't do it. We try our best guess to meet the spirit of that. Removing it, right, would be a very simple way. Again, we have other protections in place to make sure those things are met so that we can say this is what it would cost to do this year.
Well, removing it means then that we're back to where we were before.
It doesn't, because again, you have the total amount of funds. We have CBA protections in place.
Those existed before Schools First.
Correct. And again, we have the total amount of funds available as well. And so I think there's a better way that we can work with your team to be able to come up with a way that we can do this. And again, our shared value of, so that we can make sure that we're able to do this. We'd love to sit down more and talk about this, especially with the staff that actually does the calculation. We're happy to have that dialogue.
Well, as you know, I'm always willing to sit down. There was a witness who testified. DCPS appears to be double counting a lot of costs. For example, DCPS has placed international teacher visas into the average teacher cost, and yet they are coming to schools and demanding they further pay out of their budget for those fees. If the teacher cost is calculated to fund that, wouldn't the school then already be paying it? Are you following the question?
I am following the question. I think it's a misunderstanding of the way in which that things get funded and this notion of double counting. I think specifically on the issue of visas, it's a complex issue. I think as we talk about administrative add-ons, as we've talked about before, as we think about the distributive per unit cost across the system of what it costs to be able to do certain things. When we think about visas specifically, which is what this question was about, we have a couple ways in which that visas are paid for. We have some central allocation of funds for visas, which are for hard to fill positions, which are administered out of central services budgets.
That's budgeted by us in the central or
that's
school
budgeted within
report.
central. Yep, that's correct. As part of the mayor's budget submission that exists on the central side. And so that is within curriculum teams that do that work. You also have within the Office of the General Counsel, you have folks that administer the program of actually, it's not just as simple as you might imagine, especially in today, it's not just as simple as mailing in an application, right? And so there are folks that have to do that processing work. That's what you're seeing, the $27,000 or $5 per unit. That's happening with regards to being able to help support the processing fees of those. And then we also have school-based visas that say if a school wants to hire somebody that might need an H-1B visa, they can pay for them out of their school allocation. The holdout there that you're referring to refers to the additional support that's needed to process, is not referring to the actual application fees that goes to the Department of Homeland Security.
Hey, you lost me at the very end. So if it's budgeted in central, why is it also in the average position cost?
So the only, again, you have sort of a couple different priorities here, right? You have some money that is budgeted that the schools don't pay for at all, right? And that central services is paying for, especially some of our dual language, some of our hard to fill, and they actually support the schools, and the schools never actually get charged those dollars. And then you also have schools that make individual hiring decisions as well and say it's not in a hard to fill position that we deem as a hard to fill position, but they do want to hire a candidate that might need a visa, then they're able to fund
So that's
that.
in a decision that a school makes,
is a
it's
school
in
making.
addition.
Correct. And so you can think about the central funds as something that our curriculum teams are saying this is a priority for us, especially in our STEM curriculum, in our dual language curriculums as well. They reach out and they support the schools. Those schools don't ever have to worry about budgeting those funds, but
Well,
principals are also making independent.
Okay, so did we budget $700,000 for fingerprinting at DC Central or school support?
I believe it's school support.
Okay.
Yep.
So you have $700,000 sitting on that table.
Correct.
So then why are you also charging schools for fingerprinting?
We're not. And so
Isn't fingerprinting part of the average position cost?
Yep. So I think the important thing to remember is we have a couple different sets of budget documents. And I know that this is confusing, and we've worked on really, helping folks to understand. When we go out with school allocations, we go out with a school allocation that includes more money than what they would see on their OCFO budget. So this notion of double counting, where you say like the fingerprinting cost, if we were truly double counting, you would be able to go to the OCFO budget page for the individual school and find fingerprinting. The reality is it doesn't exist there. It gets swept back to central, and that's where that money exists. And so
why do you do this?
It's a great question. It's a historical practice that has been done to recognize individual unit cost. And the reality is if you hire a teacher, right, you also need to be able to provide funding for a substitute as well. And so if you're going to hire two teachers, you need money to be able to hire 2 substitutes, right, and have the funding allocation. But we don't budget that on the individual school level because, again, as we operate a system, we know that some schools may use more substitutes than others. The reality is we've worked to continue to provide transparency in this space. It's somewhere where we acknowledge that we can do additional work to be able to provide that transparency. I think the reality is when we go out with individual school budgets, if we were to take away all these administrative add-ons, a school that might have gotten $5 million last year would now be getting $4.5 million, even though their buying power is the same. And so one of the things we want to do very carefully is make sure that we're explaining this in a way that doesn't look like we're removing money based on the way that we've historically budgeted. And so we've continued this practice so that we're not continuing to cause additional confusion, but it's something that we're looking at.
Well, I appreciate you're looking at it, but didn't we budget $9.5 million for $15.5 million for substitutes?
You did.
Okay.
The schools did not pay for that, right? The schools got that as part of their initial budget
But then
allocation.
it shows up in the average position cost.
It does, and that's part of the initial budget allocation the school gets. But when you separate that out from the actual money that the school gets, that school's first in budgeting, that's based on the OCFO budget. It's not based on their initial budget allocation that's received from central services.
2 different budgets.
2 different budgets, 2 different budget documents. And again, acknowledging that it's confusing. If you go to one of our individual at dcpsbudget.com, you can actually see one of the budget worksheets that will show here's what their individual initial budget allocation was. Here's what their OCFO budget looks at. You can see all the individual holdout lines that then tracks back to the central budget. As we're showing transparency here of like, here was the money that you got as part of an initial budget allocation that includes all these costs. Here's what your school actually has in cash in hand to be able to do the work that they do.
And which is the one that the school actually has?
The OCFO budget, yep.
So if I go to the OCFO budget, I won't see impact attributed to the school.
Correct.
I'll see it in central.
Correct.
But when the school gets a 12.4% increase, because that's what the increase in the UPSFF is. And it's being charged 16.10% because that's the average position cost increase. increase in the average position cost. I'm referring to FY '25.
Yep.
They actually have to cut teachers?
They don't, because all those administrative add-ons live on the central budget.
But they did have to, because that was what we went through in '25, not this year, but the year before, with the 80 schools that were, or 85 schools that had to cut.
Right, and
Either
that's
because their budget went down or the average position cost went up.
right. And again, that's what the methodology about the initial budget allocation, the budget where the administrative add-ons exist as the OCFO budget, not on their initial budget allocation. So their initial budget allocation is inflated by what those administrative add-ons should cost.
So why did they have to cut positions?
I don't recall specifically. I don't.
Well, this
recall.
might have been your first year, so
Might
it
have
might have
been
been
my first year.
traumatic and you've forgotten that.
But we can certainly follow up with you. Again, one of the things we've really worked on, the premise of the administrative add-ons was to provide predictability. And again, we know that unit costs go up, right? And what I mean by that is if you hire one teacher, you also are going to have additional costs that come with that substitute, right? You can't have a teacher without budgeting for a
Well,
substitute.
yeah, but I think what's going on here is you've got one budget that purports to depict what it costs at a school.
Sure.
And then you have another budget, which is what is actually allowed to be spent. A teacher costs $100,000, not $120,000. But then the school has to cut based on the first budget, the illustrative budget.
Yeah.
They have to cut. They have to cut. I'm going to emphasize that. That's destabilizing.
Yep. And again, we are really working to be able to provide clarity here about having single budgets, again, having additional information on budgets. This was a past practice that occurred. And as we think about any sort of change that would happen here, it would also cause challenges with our school communities as well. Again, in that example of if the school got the illustrative budget, I think you called it, of $5 million, the reality is their OCFO budget would be $4.5 million. And so getting a budget that says $4.5 million looks like a $500,000 cut. And so it's something that we've thought about how that we navigate this carefully.
If they don't have to cut teachers because you dialed back the average position cost, they don't have to cut.
Yep.
I don't know why they're going to be complaining.
Yeah. And again, I think, as we think about this, from the larger budget perspective is right, we want to make sure that we're having sustainability. And so we've made efforts here to make sure that if you need an additional staff member, that we're providing the funds for that. And that's part of that school sustainability fund check that happens. In the same way, the difference between the school sustainability fund and the position check is one happens pre-budget, one happens post-budget. And so really, again, as we think about how that we navigate this together, we want to be able to do all this work on the front end.
You recommend changing the school's first formula to allow for reductions in administrative and support staff. How exactly would we legislate that?
It's a great question. And I think it's something that we would have to have some conversation about. We don't provide ratios in the same way that we provide ratios for teachers, being that every school is unique. And what I mean by that is it's very easy to say that you must have one teacher for every 25 students, depending on your grade level. But the reality is, like, we see that being very different in terms of some of the other support positions.
Correct.
And that is part of the challenge with the implementation of this from the school's first and budgeting perspective is there's no ratio because all of our schools are different. I think we would love to engage in some more dialogue about how you would legislate that.
Well, maybe some of the issue here is that you want to be more prescriptive than you admit you want to be. Because if we say that a school's got 30 teachers and they've got 20 non-teacher staff, that's their budget, the principal gets to move money around. This is what your budget is. The principal gets to move money around within that budget.
Yeah, again,
As opposed to, well, you actually, maybe they don't need so many non-teacher people.
Yeah, and I'll see if Dr. Bay would want to add in here. Again, we very much value principal autonomy, and we recognize that every school is different, and that's why it is challenging to make those reductions. The reality is if you have less students in a school, you have less needs as well. And so
Not
there's
necessarily.
not necessarily.
You want to
but-
grow Dunbar, they maybe have more needs.
But when we think about that and applying a ratio, it doesn't necessarily work in the same way. And so that's something that we want to make sure there is autonomy, but also how you implement this with a very rigid formula is challenging.
So help me understand why it is that, like the UPSFF for FY25 went up 12.4%. Seems very high. I don't think we could do that again. The UPSFF went up 12.4%, but the average position cost went up 16.10%. Why?
Just like everywhere across the district and across central services, we're seeing costs go up with regards to benefits. I think the other thing,
And
which
so
is that
it's okay, I know I'm interrupting, it's okay from a budgeting perspective or a spending perspective to say, well, our budget's only going up 12%, but we're going to actually allow spending to go up 16%.
So I think it's a great question. And one of the reasons that we do necessarily have concerns with the escalator-like nature of Schools First and budgeting is it can only go up. And as you think about revenues going up, they don't match the same pace. And so how do we find that balance? That is one of our concerns.
Well, no, you can't throw it back on Schools First. Schools First, simplistically, Schools First doesn't say that schools go up more than 12.4%. Right? It says that the school's budget doesn't go up more than, or it goes up as much as the WTU contract or the UPSFF. So not more than that. So you got 12.4% more dollars. Schools will get 12.4% more dollars, but your average position cost went up 16%. You can't blame Schools First for that.
I'm not. I'm saying that as we think about the total amount of resources and the escalator-like nature is, again, as we're thinking about how do we make changes within our formula, we want to make sure that we're balancing all of the resources that we have.
We've been joined by Councilmember Henderson. Do you have some questions?
I do. I'll be very quick. My staff doesn't even know I'm over here, but they will now. Hey, guys. Real quick, Dr. Ashley, Dr. Vay, good to see you. I have been on and off sort of listening to the testimony for today. And, as you guys know, I've worked a lot in school modernization piece. And then I have some familiarity in terms of school budgets from the work that I used to do before. I want to ask these questions because I feel like it's important for the record that we talk about this in the context, particularly on the hold harmless piece. I think in theory, holding harmless schools who are experiencing an enrollment decline during a modernization or if they're in the swing space, in theory makes a lot of sense, but it only makes sense in the context as if you have infinite amount of resources to be able to do that. I also do feel like it's curious for some of the schools that are currently swinging now because there are some more in-demand schools, if you will. So for example, let's use Brent Elementary. Does Brent Elementary currently have a wait list?
They do.
Okay, so technically speaking, if the wait list was cleared, would Brent Elementary be seeing an enrollment decline?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but likely not.
Interesting. So who makes the decision on whether or not to clear a wait list when you are swinging?
We do that in conjunction with the school and based on what is needed at the school in terms of what they can support.
Okay. And I'm bringing this up because I think that there are differences in, say, a Tubman Elementary situation and a Brent Elementary situation. Tubman, prior to its modernization, did not have a wait list, but Brent has had a wait list for years. And so this idea that a school that is in high demand can simply say, no, I don't want to allow other students to come in from out of boundary, but I do want to maintain the exact same budget as though I had all 525 of those students here, I do feel like is in conjunction. Like there's tension in both of those goals, especially if you are a public school and these are public dollars and they are public school students who are desiring to receive an education in that particular campus and there is a seat available. So I think that while, again, in good intention, What I don't want to do is pass legislation that then allows for schools to essentially hold phantom seats, but we are giving you real dollars and a student who could have that seat is not able to utilize that.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Henderson. If I can respond.
Sure.
I think the other piece of the concern is also that you bake in those dollars forevermore.
Yes.
And so you are correct, is that, and one of the things we talk about here is that it's the decisions carry forward year after year. And so you bring up a very valid point.
I mean, I just sort of am thinking in the case of like, you know, we have a school that might be swinging now, they're experiencing an enrollment decline. When you move back to your nice new shiny building, enrollment will probably see an increase. And you certainly won't say, hold us stable. You will say, we need more resources to address the additional students who are now coming back. Am I wrong?
I think you're correct.
Okay, because I'm imagining there's a school in my neighborhood that was just recently renovated. I don't necessarily know what their particular enrollment numbers are today because we don't have the enrollment audit information. But I'm going to guess that come school budget time next year, that school is going to be asking for additional dollars due to the increased demand that they're now seeing at the school that they hadn't been seeing for the prior 2 years.
Sure.
You know, in that regard, in terms of School First, we all have thoughts on that. And again, I would say when when revenues are flowing, I want to give it all. I do. But I also feel like it is harder for us to tell schools that are at capacity or are seeing full enrollments who are really trying to stretch it to make it work in terms of the high number of classrooms, that we can't give you additional dollars because a school down the street has a ratio of, 1 to 4, given their enrollment, but then we're not going to do any adjustments whatsoever to the budget there. Can you talk a little bit about those trade-offs that you all see where you do have schools where they're legitimately asking for additional resources because the number of students has increased and the need is there, versus you can't take it from a place where you know that you can make modifications, like there is enough there?
Yeah, I don't know if Dr. Bay wants to talk about any of the specific schools. I think we do hear from schools, especially schools that have not received Schools First and budgeting money, where they point back to the fact is like, and I had a principal say this to me just last week, is like, I have been fortunate enough to be able to get more resource, and so I can't afford this in the same way that this school who has gotten Schools First and budgeting over the last couple of years can afford this, and my students have needs as well. And so that's one of the reasons that it's really important for us as we think about the dollars following following the student, is like all of our students have needs, right? And as they move across the district, we don't want to bake in some of those decisions, as you mentioned, and sort of carry forward and say that 1 to 4, we're going to have to always carry it forward, right? Because it is this escalator only approach. And that is, I think, some of our concern with this, is that in a world of unlimited resources, like, yes, let's continue to add more and more resources. The reality is, like, we don't have unlimited resources. So
yeah, only thing that I would piggyback on that, I think it also contributes to schools, the number of schools who ask for budget assistance for a variety of things that they want to do. I think the number of schools that ask for budget assistance would probably decrease if we had a situation in which we were able to make sure that the funds are following the student in the way in which we describe. And so I think it impacts what we're able to provide to those schools that are asking for more, that don't fit into this.
Well, let me ask you on that. For the schools that are requesting additional budget assistance, what are they asking for? Or what are some categories of needs?
They ask for a variety of things, from coordinators to, I'm looking at connected school managers. Some ask for additional instructional coaches based upon their data, if they see that they have an additional need. So it's a good mix of academic positions as well as positions that are outside of the classroom.
Okay. Those are the questions that I have, and I just wanted to sort of get that on the record, because I do feel like some of the testimony from earlier had a singular point of view, but I do want to say that every school that is going through a modernization is not necessarily made equal. And I'm uncomfortable passing a piece of legislation that allows for local school leadership to essentially lock students out of a school but keep the money when the demand is still there. And especially since we know, historically speaking, while it may be disruptive for some in terms of the school community to swing, we know that it's better than being on site while the drilling and things like that are also going on. But we also know that this has been one of those ways in which, unfortunately, we've had success increasing diversity at some of our schools in those interim periods when they are swinging in different parts of the city. But if a school can just say, yeah, I'm in your part of the city, but I'm still not going to let your student in, but I still want to maintain the exact same budget, I think that is a problem. And I think that's something I would feel uncomfortable putting in legislation that allows for that to legally continue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Dr. Bay, the only way that you can give schools more money, you just said that you can't respond to these requests if all the money is going to schools first. I think that's what I heard you say.
No, I don't think that's what I was saying.
Schools have come to you with requests
Correct.
and you don't have the money.
No, I'm not saying that we don't have money. Like we have.
You don't have
worked
the money to fund all of that.
We work to meet the needs of schools as they ask for additional.
So whatever they ask for, you give them.
We work to make sure that we're looking at what it is that they're asking for in comparison to what their programming is, what budget that they've already received in order to make those determinations.
And because of the formula with Schools First, there isn't enough money to be able to answer to provide all those asks. Did I not hear that?
Yeah, I don't think, that's not what I was saying. I don't know.
Yeah.
Patrick, is that something?
No, I mean, I think the budget assistance process is separate and apart from Schools First. Like we set aside money for budget assistance in the same way that we set aside money for enrollment reserve. Enrollment assistance is really, budget assistance, excuse me, so many of them. Budget assistance is really based on the programmatic needs of that school. And so we're able to fund that based on the amount of resources that we have. But is not connected. The one time that I will probably not blame Schools First in budgeting is not connected to Schools First.
All right, I thought I heard that. So let me ask you one last question. There was some testimony about how we ought to put in law. I'm not quite sure how that would look, so I'll phrase it a little differently. That there needs to be some restoration of the comprehensive staffing model. How do you respond? You've heard the testimony.
Yeah, so the comprehensive staffing model, really, again, predates my time at DCPS, but really is saying, here's an allocation of individual teachers and individual staff. And it reduces principal autonomy. And so one of the decisions that was made as part of student-based budgeting, which is something DCPS implements as well as many other school systems around, is here's a pot of money and then you're able to use it. The CSM largely takes away principal autonomy because it's saying, we're giving you a resource of this position and here's the money associated with it. There's certainly a value in that, we want to make sure that we have consistent programming across all of our schools, but it's not something that we feel that we need to put in place, something that's very strict and saying you must budget for this position.
Well, you do have some minimum requirements for for core subjects.
We do, yes. And so, I mean, I think the reality is we're not saying you must have a music teacher, but we are making sure that your school meets a certain minimum standard of programming. And that's done in collaboration with the school leader or the instructional superintendent to make sure that they're balancing those school needs based on the programming that they want to offer. We just don't very specifically prescribe this is what you must spend it on, this is what that individual must do.
Well, I'm looking at this testimony.
And I think,
Revi-
Chairman, the piece about the CSM is, again, as we talked about before, is like we have ratios for certain things. The CSM is really a ratio-driven formula. For every 100 teachers, you must have X, right? That's what the CSM is, and therefore you get the resources for that. Instead, we say that your school may want to have a counselor versus a social worker, and that's a decision that's made in collaboration with our mental health team. And so they're looking at the individual student needs versus saying you have 100 students, so therefore you must budget.
I'll just read part of this testimony. Advocate for a revised implementation of the comprehensive staffing model, which would provide greater job security for teachers and could require more supportive ratios of multi-language learner staff, restorative justice coordinators, student and staff wellness directors, attendance coordinators, nurses, and more.
Yeah, again, we try to find the balance with providing what I would refer to as guardrails versus prescriptions. And so our team works very closely with Dr. Bay's team, the instructional superintendents, to be able to say, this is what we think generally. Principals don't budget in a vacuum, right? There are checks and balances to make sure that they're providing the appropriate level of positions at the school, but we believe in flexibility. And so we can always revisit those guidelines to make sure that if there's something specific we want to address, but one of the core tenets of the student-based budgeting model is principal autonomy and not saying you have 100 students, you must budget one of these. So I think it's at odds with some of the work that we're trying to do in recognizing that every school is different.
And I would agree. I mean, I think every school should have a music teacher, but I don't know that we should be requiring that if the principal thinks that maybe they need to have some additional social emotional counselors instead. But I do believe in stability. So I'll leave it at that. Just double checking to make sure that nobody around here has more questions for me. Thank you for your testimony. As I indicated at the outset, the record for this hearing will be open for 2 weeks, closes at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, October 15th. I want to thank all of the witnesses who testified earlier, Dr. Ashley, Dr. Bay. The time is 1:56 p.m. and this hearing